everyone! Thank you for coming! Welcome to the Of the Slight Chapter 3 launch party! Thanks for hosting, Tia. Let's see. Oh, thank you for following Storybooked. And yeah, thank you everyone for being here. It's great. I guess if you probably already you probably already know, but last year ran a Kickstarter for the third chapter of my horror comic Of This Light. I am very proud of this series. I've been working on it for years, and chapter 3 is the best work I've done. And so this is sort of a party to celebrate the fact that I have made the comic. I have shipped it out to the people. Thank you for the host, Abderdoodle. I've shipped it out to my Kickstarter backers. The campaign itself is wrapped up, aside from one thing, which I'll get to. This is me celebrating with all you. I'm going to have some special guests on throughout the night. Primarily Alan Bathearst, who is my stream partner on Saturdays. You know them, you love them, they're great. Fable McDaniel, who composed the Of This Light soundtrack, which was a particular Kickstarter backer award, which is really good. Fable makes some great stuff. And then Jeremy Kays, who has been he's in charge of the writing group the artist group I joined out here in Seattle when I first moved here, and without him and his encouragement, none of this would have happened. I would not be where I am today for so many reasons. And so I'm looking forward to kind of the conversations we can have. Also, there is an art raffle as part of this, and this first part of the stream is going to be me sort of setting up and explaining how that's going to work for everyone, because, if you're on my Discord, you know, today was a little rough. I wasn't able to quite get everything done I wanted to, so a little bit's going to be as I go here. But first, to verbally explain the art raffle. Many of you know I do commissions. Basically, there's going to be an opportunity throughout this stream to enter into this raffle to get a either free punchline portrait, which is a little drawing in the style of my punchline is death comic, or a chibi character thing, your choice. The way you get entered in this raffle are, first, if you are subscribed to me on Twitch, it can just be like a month or thing that happens now. If you're subscribed to me on Twitch, you get it immediately, and that's subscription, not follow. It is the money one. If you buy a copy of Chapter 3, or really, I guess, any OTL book, from my online store, which I'll put a link in the chat now, that's another way you get entered into the raffle. And finally, as of today, I have a merch store, finally, that I think is working. That was definitely one of the things I was kind of panicking on getting set up today. And so if you get anything from the merch store, you also get entered into the raffle. I need to get you the link to the merch store because I am using Teespring, and I think they're the right fit for me now, but one of the things is it's like, if you're just starting out, you need to be directly linked to the shop. They won't put you up on their store or anything. And that's frustrated, but what I need. Stores. Yeah, getting that link. How do link to store? How do link to store? I am not. That's probably it. All right. The custom domain isn't set up yet, but this link should take you to my merch store. So yeah. If you do any of these things, you're entered into the art raffle, and you get a free commission from me to draw basically whatever you want. Same rules as normal still apply. No, not safe for work stuff. I don't really do animals. Animal people are close enough. That's fine. but yeah, I'm gonna work on getting a little graphic I can put up on screen for all of you. And until then, we're just going to be talking about Of This Light and celebrating and chilling. And I've got some pie to celebrate. And thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you for supporting the Kickstarter, for supporting me as an artist. It's this year in particular is particularly wild. I appreciate everything you've done. So I was also going to talk about the one part of the Kickstarter campaign that is not actually done yet, and that is the highest tier donators, got a customly designed monster for OTO. Specifically a nemesis, which is something that hasn't shown up in the comic yet. I've tried to hint at it, and it's something that's going to be upcoming. So I've been designing custom monsters for my Kickstarter backers based on the prompts they give me, and I am going to dig through my really Byzantine filing system and show off the ones I've got done so far. I've got one more to do where the prompt has been given to me. There's a few more where the backers have not actually given me their official prompt yet, and that's sort of a communicating thing. I know everyone who backed at this tier personally, so we talk back and forth, and but I did want to show off the ones I have done so far. So bear with me and I'm also going to be working on one of those that I still have the prompt on that isn't quite finished, and just some touch-ups on one more just because I learned some stuff between now and then. So this is the first nemesis I drew. The prompt I was given was entropy and it was entropy and sort of like self-deprecation. I'm going to give me 1 second, and I'm gonna pull up the actual prompt here. I think this one turned out particularly wild. Chapter 3. Loading. Bear with me, folks. So I keep clicking the wrong menu. That's probably it. Yeah, here we go. All right, yeah. So the prompt for this one was given to me by a good friend of the stream, Plotholt C. Don't know if you're in the chat right now, but if you are, again, thank you for donating to the Kickstarter. And the prompt was time, entropy, and self-doubt. The actual question I asked was, what is your nemesis? Sort of the idea is, what is like a core thing that prevents you from what's existence do you rue every day? And people took it in different ways. Sometimes it's just like a one word thing or whatnot. And so this was a particularly I felt potent prompt. One thing I like to have in common with the nemesis is a particular kind of golden face mask. And so with something kind of as existential as just time and entropy, that's really the only solid image I wanted from this. I tried to take the idea of a broken mirror to get that self-doubt side in. Just some fun details. I've kind of included a clock motif in both the eyes. And I've always had this fun habit of messing with the pupils in a way to make me feel better when I do art. Like, sometimes it can be fun to just like mess with the eyes, but I wanted to do it in a serious way here. Like, this expression just looks pained, and I'm really proud of how that came about. I still need to actually get the raffle instructions up on stream. Image slideshow. There we go. That's what I want. So yeah, bear with me while I do this. How are you all doing today? I should ask. I've been on my Discord for a while and talking with y'all. It was sort of a rough start for me today, but I'm excited to be here and be doing this, and I'm looking forward to the guests we're having on. Oh, thank you very much for making the blurbs, Abnerdoodle. I really appreciate that. Yeah, as Abnerdoodle says, one of the merch items I've made are some leggings that say "Kill me" on the butt. Once I saw that was an option at this particular place, I'm like, yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing that's needed. I am a particular fan of the mugs, and I don't know how much like it matters. Obviously, get what you want. I like Teespring because it seemed like the percentage of like profit the artist gets is a lot more variable than what a lot of other stores do. I pretty much got to set my price, and so I did my best to keep things as affordable as I could while like getting at least a little bit of profit for the designs. The mugs are easily the like most like it was easy to keep the costs down and also like get a decent profit from those. So like if you're just buying something to support, mugs are the best ratio. But I really like how some of those t-shirts look. I really like I'm glad I'm finally going to be able to have a mask, like a COVID mask that just says "Kill me" on it. I've wanted it for a while. A lot of the merch is Punchline is Death themed, but oh look at that. Oh, hello, Ristobiadamax. I hope you don't mind being banned for spamming on my stream. That's the second one in 2 streams. That must mean I'm getting popular. If people are thinking I'm worth there we go. oh, there's another one. Wow, there's 2 of them. Also, hi, Orson. Doot. Spam. Alright, got them both. I'm getting better at this whole mod thing. Now, here's the question. Can I actually track sales and stuff live? Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's good to see at least the link to the merch store works. I admit I was just a tad worried about that while I was getting started. And then we've also got, yep, all the links are there. Whew. Okay, I'll let Abnerdoodle handle the mod duties. Sorry, I just you know how I am asking for help. It's hard. And Glitter and Grime, yeah, we got a couple of people just spamming how to be like, oh, you want to be famous? Want to buy Prime subscribers? Click this link that's obviously not a freaking obviously not, malware. Projects. So get either something like that, or oh, that's way bigger. So this is a thing for the large. It's very large. Item slicer done. Randomized playback. Size aspect. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. So these are the two sort of different types of commissions you can get from the raffle. It's gonna make them a little smaller here. So there's the punchline portrait or the chibi character design. These are two ones I did that I'm particularly proud of. It's a shame our local pharmacist couldn't be here. That was a commission for him. Shiny Zubat's asking, but Kyle, how am I supposed to get famous now? I'm going to recommend being the child of someone famous. That's probably the easiest way to get famous. I'm certainly not famous. But I do have all y'all backing me, and I will never be able to thank you guys enough. Abnoodle says it's probably because we're sharing links. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, no, last stream I also had a spammer. It doesn't happen to me that much, but at least not as much as I've seen on other streams. But I kind of think of it as kind of a badge of pride. Like, I've also gotten some shitty Instagram comments lately, and I'm like, wow, I'm getting Instagram comments. They're kind of assholes and cyberbullying me, but you know, all press is good press, right? Thankfully, it's just after, sharpening my teeth on customer service, it's been pretty easy for me to put off the occasional, online cyber person. yeah, Glitter and Grime saying, oh wow, that's funny, but damn, that's like a mark of slowly climbing up something, right? Yeah, that's exactly what how I kind of think about it. Like, wow, someone thinks I'm important enough to try and bully. That's nice. Oh no, don't ban Sweetnicus. Sweetnicus is supposed to be here. You can make 20K every month from working from home. Yeah, I noticed since I became, my own boss, I get these payments to my account, and I call my bank, and where does this money come from? And it doesn't make sense to me. And then the bank's like, this is your money. You made this transfer. We talked just minutes ago about this transfer, and it didn't make sense to me until I realized that I'm my own boss. That was a Brian David Gilbert reference. Thanks for sharing the comic store Adnerdoodle. Right, so rules for raffle. Probably gonna spell some things wrong here because I'm on the spot and embarrassed and excited. Rules for the raffle. Must do one of three things. Either be subscribed to me on Twitch, winky face, purchase a copy of this light from purchase a copy of this light, I guess, or purchase a piece of merch. Email your confirmation to we'll just do this is the only way I can actually confirm, because it doesn't actually, I'm not sure it tells me every time someone buys something. So this will guarantee that you'll get entered into the raffle. And this is just something I thought would be fun to add in. If you guys have all donated to me in a whole bunch of things, and I just thought this might be a fun thing. Oh, Admiral Doodle is requesting we have some bopping rhetorical answers music. And you know what? Absolutely. Especially since I'm not actively drawing right now, as much as I'd like to. Let me see if I can get some of that up. Rhetorical Answers, by the way, is run by Fable McDaniel, who, like I said earlier in the stream, did the Of This Light soundtrack, which was a particular Kickstarter reward, and that soundtrack is available for purchase on iTunes. I don't think it's on Zeer's Bandcamp yet, but it's really cool, and you guys should check it out. I'm gonna need to, since I have some music going, how's that music coming through? Probably a little quiet. Let me get some headphones in so it doesn't start echoing, especially when we get the guests on. So yeah, all the music right now is by Rhetorical Answers. Okay, now I just need to get this text in a readable font and up on screen. Whew, I'll admit I'm a tad nervous. Well, the last time I did a super long stream, especially one that had a lot of talking, was during the Kickstarter. I did I think it was 12-hour stream. Boy, oh boy, that was exhausting, but also incredibly fun. Either subscribe on Twitch, purchase a copy of this live, purchase a piece of merch. Alright. Just do... Yeah, sure. Then I'll start talking about more of the Nemesis drawings I'm doing. And get started on that last one I need to get working on. So I've got Entropy up here. This is the next one I'll be pulling up. Oh, thank you for hosting, Glitter and Grime. Appreciate it. This is one of the ones while I'm on stream here, I'm going to do a little bit of touch-up on, because while I really like the basic composition, I can tell the contrast, and I can add quite a bit more effects to it. Thank you very much, Abnerdoodle. I really appreciate it. I am, I was fully prepared to try and do everything all at once, but I'm not good at it. Add new source, image, and add new source. Thank you very much. I can't, yeah, so Glenn Grimes saying, of course, I know nobody's watching my channel, but if they come across it, I figure it'll be worth having up. I'm sure having hostings going does something for the Twitch algorithm, for whatever it's worth. I mean, I can't help but notice that we have 12 viewers right now, which is a lot for me, and I'm really excited. Thank you, everyone. In fact, my, one regret I have is I don't have one of those tickers that just says what song's playing, but everything that, and aside from YouTube freaking out and randomly going to J-pop again, like it did last time I tried this, all the music playing right now is by Rhetorical Answers, specifically Fable McDaniel, and they make great stuff. Z makes great stuff. They use these zero pronouns, which I'm still getting used to. Conjugation is difficult. I know I saved it somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, good job, Kyle. I saved it as a Clip Studio file. No, I didn't. Why isn't it there? Oh no, I did save it as a Clip Studio file. after that. Where did these raffle rules actually go? I feel like they're hiding from me. There. Oh, those are huge. That's why I couldn't see them. Professionalism. Don't mind me. Don't mind me just slowly shrinking this giant ass text that doesn't have an outline on it. Actually, I can probably fix that real quick. Let's try that. Should automatically update. I keep trying to click on my Streamlabs to approve these messages. Is that readable to everyone? It's kind of hard to tell on my screen. Let me know if it's not readable. In the meantime, though, let's talk about this particular illustration. This one was actually, speaking of Fable, this was Fable's request. Specifically, the prompt is, "Damn, I feel called out. How about the figurative distant mountain, as in Gaiman's goal metaphor?" And, you know, I'm not actually... Let's see. Distant mountain quote. I've heard the metaphor for... Oh, yeah, here we go. Didn't have it memorized. So, it's specifically a reference to this quote from Neil Gaiman. It just says, "A distant mountain, ... I knew as long as I kept walking towards the mountain, I would be alright. And when I was truly not sure what to do, I could stop and think about whether it was taking me towards or away from the mountain." And that's... And I see why Fable picked that. It's, let's see. It's a... Okay, hard to read the email and the rules. Will fix. It is a really strong way to, like, let's try this. When you're like me, or say Fable, and you're someone who wants to making their art their like end goal, that looks a lot more readable to me. Knowing what choices to make in your life to get there is kind of difficult. I've always had the approach of, I am one way or another going to become a full-time creator. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know the path that's going to take me there. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of there now. By no means am I like sustainable yet, but that is what I'm doing at the moment, is full-time supporting myself on my art. And let's actually do this for now. There's always that, like, there's thoughts like, okay, I need to take a day job. It's going to take a lot of my time. It's going to... it feels like it might be taking me away from that mountain I'm trying to get to. But sometimes, you know, even though it feels like it's taking you further away, it's a shortcut, right? Like, I worked at a bank for, 5 years. Wasn't a fun job most of the time. I worked with some really great people, and that made it worth it in a lot of ways. But there were days where I'm just like, I feel like I'm wasting my life and wasting my time. And I had to remember that it was the path towards the mountain, and not having that income would have taken me further away, even if it didn't quite feel that way. I just got a message in Facebook chat from one of our viewers. It'd be a lot funnier to respond to if you'd put it in the Twitch chat. So right now I'm messing with some filters and coloration to kind of make everything pop a little bit more. I really like this in concept, but compared to, like, if you look at the other one here, this one feels like it's got a lot more going on. And you know, that's not always going to be the case with every piece. Like this one, like sometimes less is more, but I feel like in this case, like this is missing a little bit of extra something that could take it a lot further. So like I'm going to be doing a little bit of experimenting here and figuring out what exactly I want to do. And a lot of that's actually going to come into the not exactly what I wanted. A lot of that's going to be using filters and stuff, because I find that you can actually, well, you don't have as direct control as if you mess with the colors yourself. Filters can actually get quite a bit done. Okay, let's see what that does. That made it worse. Glitter and Grime said, I bought the merch while you were still talking about the raffle and didn't realize it was a way to enter the raffle. Basically, you'll get, if you win the raffle, you're entered into the raffle by buying merch, and you'll get a free commission from me, either a punchline portrait or one of the like chibi character designs. So it's whatever, like you give me the prompt and I draw it for you. Rock and Hawk saying, show me, show us your boobs for 100 bits. That was the comment I was referring to earlier. And I've forgotten my catchy response. Aside from, I don't really have a significant chest. I can like do a Superman pull from my blazer here. All right, I'm starting to see what I can do with this. Oh, that's a little too yellow. But this might actually be. Skeleton mask for 100 bits? Hey, I will skeleton mask for. It's very cheap to skeleton mask. You can just give me some of your extra bones. It's a skeleton mask, but if you give me 100 bits, I will retrieve the skeleton mask from the shelf. Over the. Yeah, brief skeleton, Sweenicus, good job. 1 second. Got beaten to it. I don't know how easy it is to see the description of these rewards, but the brief skeleton extra bones tier allows me to turn into a skeleton until I get tired. It's actually very, very exhausting to be a skeleton in this mortal world, partially because I still haven't made adjustments to this mask, which, given how much I use it, I really should make it something comfortable to wear. Oh, that's right. Glasses go over the mask. I am the Skeleton King on the skeleton throne. Give me your extra bones, extra bones. I hope you guys like the merch I made. I spent quite a while designing all of it. I've been brainstorming a lot of it for a while, and I'm excited to have quite a bit of it myself, to be honest. Um, I mean, I made sure when I designed my merch that it would all be something I personally would want. But hey, I have to pay for my own merch too, so I won't be getting all of it right away. But you know I'm getting a Kill Me mug. I've needed one of those since I first released Punchline as Death. That mug is my brand. Very hard to see while wearing this mask. Let me actually check and see how I can... Oh. Lost my headphones, and I'm not sure I'll be able to fit them in while wearing the mask. Oh, nope, I can't. This is still, yeah, no, that's still the shoulder glances. I'm paranoid that it's gonna switch to anime music any second. But it actually seems to be following the correct playlist. Alright, I can... Okay, I can see that something was sold on the merch store, but I can't see much about it. Okay. Yeah, I'll just need the like buy confirmation, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to tell who bought what. Because for the merch, it gets auto-fulfilled. For the comic book store, that should theoretically, I mean, like, I'll have to manually ship that out, so I should be able to tell from that. But send me the buy confirmation anyway, because, sometimes it's kind of hard to tell that sort of thing. Alright. I am taking the skeleton mask off so I can get back to drawing. But thank you for the extra bones, Sweeney Kiss. I need to get Alan and C together to actually help me, I have just been informed that I forgot to actually write the email. A derp at gmail.com. Wink. Oh. Oh, thank you for the bits? Thank you for the bits. I still don't super understand how bits work, which is, given how long I've been Twitch streaming, I should really understand that more. But I do know they're good, and I do know they do directly translate to money for me, so thank you so much, Raccoons. Apparently Raccoons is also figuring it out too. So Abernoodle, as Abernoodle just said, bits are a literal sense. I know you can get some from like watching ads and something like that. They feel sort of like a tip jar in a way for Twitch. You can throw a couple of cents that way rather than doing a sub for, you know, like $5 a month or whatnot. Oh, thank you for the bits, Shiny Zubats. Apparently we are doing bits. I know that there's like emotes you can get set up for bits specifically, but I don't think I currently have access to them. Oh. Well, I just... That looks cool. Not quite fully what I want, but that's the right, it's the right direction. The bits, the bits, the bits! But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you again for the bits, Rockin' Hawk. So many bits. Bits, bits, bits! And, oh yeah, thank you for plugging, Rhetorical Answers, there, Abner Doodle. You can also support them by, like, again, buying their music on iTunes and, other stuff. Yeah, I can't wait till Fable's on and we can talk about the music that Z made for OTL, because, like, there's some really cool stuff. And Fable's been making great things. Some of you might follow the I Can Tell Let's Play I've been doing with Fable. Had some recording issues with that lately, and it's been very stressful for me to edit, but I still very much love the project and the game, and playing... honestly, like, Fable and I have been friends for a long, long time, and... But whenever we hang out, it's, like, always work. But that's just, like, sort of the kind of people we are. But we sort of found a cheat code in doing a Let's Play together, in that it allows us to have fun and relax together and do something we just like doing for its own sake, while also making content, so our brains stop, like, yelling at us, because whenever we're chilling, we feel like we should, you know, why aren't you working? Why aren't you making things? You gotta hustle. You gotta hustle, Kyle/Fable. Like, why aren't you hustling? And so we can, like, record a game together and have a lot of fun. And so that's a nice little side project we've got going on. To that point, man, can I not wait until I am, like, doing well enough that I can hire an editor, because I realized something these past couple months is I don't actually enjoy video editing. I knew it wasn't my favorite part of the whole content creation thing, but, like, man, I definitely feel like I'm more of a face and less of an editor. Oh, yeah. Oh! Thank you for subscribing, Tori! I still like how my setup screams when people subscribe and host. I'm happy with that. It took me a long time to figure out how I wanted to donate those, or denote those alerts. Yeah, thank you so much. And that is another person added to the raffle. One thing I am particularly happy about subscriptions for is it helps me, like, actually progress on Twitch. Like even just a 1 month, one-time subscription gets me a little closer to like unlocking new emotes for subscribers and stuff like that, which is something I really I want. I do not play with the difference layer enough. It's cool, but not what I want. I appreciate your walking adness right now, Abnerdoodle. I certainly don't have I was talking with a friend earlier about how just I just don't. I am not even telling people about this. It's a big event to me, and I know a lot of my friends want to be there to support me, and even if they can't make it, they'd want to know about these events, but I don't want to be a walking advertisement to my friends either. Just because I'm it's complicated being a content creator. So yeah, I personally, for one, appreciate your walking billboardness right now, Abnerdoodle. Thank you so much. About 9 minutes, we'll be getting our good friend Alan Bathurst on. And I'm looking forward to talking about more of these Nemesis monster designs. Because I'm actually sort of, as I do pre-prep for Chapter 4 of This Light, I am definitely planning on leaning on Alan a lot in the monster design category. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Glitter and Grime! I really appreciate it! Thank you so much! I'm really looking forward to talking with them more about monster design and whatnot. I might even, during this stream while they're here, I might go over some concept art for Chapter 4. It's going to be quite a while before I even really put pen to paper on actual Chapter 4 stuff, but I mean, honestly, it's just fun to brainstorm. Oh, yeah, no worries. It helps. It's also, 100% not, necessary. It's also... it's hard for me to... Thank you! That's what I'm saying. So yes, thank you very much, Glitter and Grime. I don't know how the Twitch algorithm works. Thank you, Tori, or Storybooked, saying, "Hey, you're worth it. Y'all are worth it." I mean, honestly, just this community I've sort of started to build through Twitch, through my Discord, through the communities I'm a part of. It's you guys are really heartwarming to be around, and I always knew that was going to be the case, because I am sort of building an audience from friends. Even my audience started as my friends. For a long time, Abnerdoodle was my only patron, and the only person who showed up to things. And Abnerdoodle, I will never be able to repay you for all the support you have given me. And yeah, she was a really good friend of mine too. But that's where the audience starts, and it's. I like that the sort of line between friend and audience is a little bit blurry. I like that line being very thin. I want people who become my audience to also become my friends. I want my friends to also become my audience, but I also don't want to make people feel like they have to cross one or the other. And while I'm small, that's I know it's a lot easier to while I am at the level I'm at, it's a lot easier to make that a reality, and I'm definitely cherishing it while I can, because again, I want to be able to support myself on this. I know I need to grow. I know I need to get new people in, and don't get me wrong, when I had my first commission from a complete stranger, and that panned out, that had me over the moon. but I am trying to also just relish those personal connections I am making, and people who are just generally like interested in my art and are like supporting me, you know, whether it's for the art itself or for the friendship. A you know, good friend of the stream who I don't believe will be able to make it tonight, but local harmacist on the Discord. Like I met them first, like, you know, just as, you know, from a personal connection. We hit it off pretty quickly, and I'm just like, getting to know you, you'd actually, like, I'm not even trying to sales pitch you. I think you personally would really like my comic, and I think that, like, really became the case, too. Sunika's saying, every time I get a sale, I assume it's my mom. That is such a, like, that's a mood. My parents, like, so, you know, I have a really great relationship with my parents, but they, like, we also, one thing I do really, like, sorry, I'm finding a hard time to phrase this. My parents respect my boundaries, especially after being an adult, and, like, that's amazing. Not a lot of parents do that these days. Or, like, not a lot of my friends have that same situation. And, like, it's, like, yeah, they support my, they show up when it counts, like, when it comes to the support, but they also, like, I don't have that same, like, worry that, it's only my you know, only my parents supporting me. Oh, thank you for the hydrate reminder, Abnu Doodle. Something, fun fact, when I did the Chapter 2 Kickstarter, I actually had a bit of a crisis of conscience because my audience between the Chapter 1 Kickstarter and Chapter 2 Kickstarter didn't really grow. It really felt like I was just, like, getting money from the same people, and I felt kind of gross about it. And, you know, eventually I kind of, like, got over that. But not only did I sort of get over that mental hang-up before I did the Chapter 3 Kickstarter, but the Chapter 3 Kickstarter had my biggest, like, turnout from new people and strangers of, like, any project I've done. Even Punchline is Death, which, like, I personally think is just meme bait, in a, like, a good way. And so that was really exciting. It also, like, it raised the most of any project. It was also the first project I had done that gave me any amount of, like, actual, like, profit beyond just, like, paying for itself in business expenses. It was really cool. More tepid! I am... Okay, that's a lie. I was gonna say I am, churning out as much as I can. I am trying to keep pace with tepid for now. I do have a goal to start making more over the next couple of months, as I, like, grow my Patreon a bit more, because right now that's the new Punchline is Death is Patreon exclusive, but I am sort of slowly doing a re-release of that and trying to get it out there more, because I am very proud of the Punchline is Death as a product. It, like, you know, speaking about all my art projects, you know, that was definitely the first time I made a project, and sure, I saw, like, ways I could improve, but it was the first art project I released that I looked at and, like, truly intrinsically felt proud about. That's not to say I'm not proud of, you know, everything else I'd done. It's just, like, Punchline is Death, the first, like, shitty book I released, you know, stapled myself in my freaking living room, was the first project that broke through my, like, barrier of self-consciousness. Does that make sense? I hope it does. right. I need to get Alan on a Discord call so that we can get started. Oh, I can call you if you're ready. Speaking of Punchline is Death, this is the unofficial theme Fable wrote for that, specifically titled The Punchline is Late. Alright, getting Alan in on the call. Gonna turn down the music just a little bit. Oh, that's not the volume, that's the tracking on the thing. And hello, Alan. Can I hear you? I'm not seeing your portrait light up. As always. Oh, hi. There you are.
There we go. Boom.
Let me actually share my screen with you. Try to, anyways. So, to those of you who don't know, Alan Bathearst is my stream buddy on Saturdays at the new officially named Bats and Bones Art Show.
Indeed. Quite a block.
Going to fiddle with some of the sound stuff.
Sounds great. I also will do that because I am maxing out my volume here on my own channel.
And
there we go. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Boom. Much less clicking.
Let's see. You're still kind of quiet on my end. How can everyone else?
Okay. You're good on my end. Here, let me crank up my input volume on for your end.
I swear there's a way to, like, manually manage those levels, too.
Okay, I amped up my input volume for you a little bit. Does that help?
It does help me. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, they're still saying the sound for you is a little... Oh.
Pardon me?
Bless you.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, I'll just fiddle with my settings for you a little more here.
Maybe with your Discord? Well, I guess you're probably already doing that.
Yes. How is that?
I don't notice a difference.
Okay, you don't notice a difference.
Oh. Say something.
Oh.
That did absolutely nothing.
Excellent. I'm so sorry to hear it.
No, that's fine. I will... Well, say something again real quick.
Kyle is an excellent friend. Glad to have him in my life.
Oh. I'm just gonna have to chill the music for now, I think. And that'll...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not the music guy yet.
I can be. Maybe.
Yeah, like, you were talking about...
I really wanted to.
Oh, no. And then I can... Now that I don't have to worry about the music, I can just boost the desktop audio, and that'll...
That is fair.
Okay, cool.
How's that launch party going?
It's been really cool so far. We've gotten some new subscribers, lots of bits. I've been working on this, just, some finishing touches on this particular Nemesis drawing for Fable.
Nice. It's a volcano, I see.
Yes, specifically it is a distant mountain full of blood. Okay, Chad is saying that you are sounding much better now.
Excellent.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
I'm doing all right, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Today was challenging, but I
have heard.
I am feeling.
I'm glad you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really great now. And in no small part to all you in chat right now. Thank you so much. So, one thing I sort of... Well, okay. So, like I said, Alan is my co-host on the Bats and Bones Art Show, which...
That's me.
I was also going to mention that you had an idea of making a theme song for that,
I might, yeah,
which
yeah.
I'd
Well, that's
love.
the thing.
You should.
I need to get on to that. On that,
Do it. But
I intend to.
one of the reasons why I in particular wanted you on for this, not just because I love your face,
Aw.
is because you're like one of the best monster designers I personally know.
Oh, fair.
Um, Alan does a series of illustrations called Positive Monsters, which are just amazing.
That I do.
And you don't really have social media presence, so I can't really.
Not at present. Many people want to change that, and I will perhaps maybe let them at some point.
uh, so you'll just have to like tune into streams every once in a while to see what I'm talking about. But I kind of wanted to talk to you about your process for making monster designs. I know you've
Oh, easily, yeah.
yeah you've told me some of it before, but I always think it's a kind of a fascinating conversation, and I kind of wanted to like shoot the shit with you about that in particular, since I'm sort of designing a whole new monster species for chapter 4 of the Slight.
Yeah, no, happily. As long as I guess it doesn't entirely clash with what I'm doing on my end, which is some character design exercise.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are you?
I have gone ahead and linked my own Twitch in the Skeletons chat.
Thank you. Can you share? Do you think it'll work if you share your screen with me on Discord?
I can try. My Discord's been real janky about that every time I've tried to.
It's
But I can
legit.
give it a shot.
Abnudoodle says, Alan, I will personally fight you if you don't let me support you personally. I used similar logic on Kyle years ago. It worked eventually.
Well, yeah, no. With as many projects as I'm juggling now that seem to actually be going anywhere, albeit slowly, I have finally been considering maybe the Patreon is appropriate for me to have.
Yes. On you should, and I was just like I kind of messaged you out of the blue yesterday, just like I want to make you make your projects because you have such great ideas, and
yes,
I want to see them flourish.
So the good news is it looks like I can share my screen with you. The bad news is now I can't see your screen.
Oh, that's a bummer. Well, let me see. The reason why I ask is I can probably also...
Wait, I've got it.
Fantastic.
I figured it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can you see mine?
I can.
Because it looks like you should be able to.
And after a little bit of finagling, I should be able to get the visuals on your screen up on my stream at least a little bit.
Nice. Won't have the fancy overlay that I've got in my Twatch, because I noticed you use Streamlabs. I decided to download that and fiddle with it, and you know, it's a work in progress, but I've got something going.
I do particularly like Streamlabs. It has been very useful for me. Like, in my experience, it doesn't really do anything that OBS doesn't, but it does do it a lot easier.
Yeah, basically, it gives a few more options than OBS. It's not as fiddly.
Mm-hmm.
We're not affiliated with the company. We're not being paid for this, by the way. These are just opinions.
Except by you guys. We're being paid by you guys, sort of.
Well, yes, but I meant with regards to our opinions on Streamlabs. Streamlabs is not paying us.
That's not right. That's just our conversation.
Yes.
Clip Studio.
I don't know. I feel like every time I'm on the internet and I say a positive thing about a product or service, I have to reiterate, like, by the way, that's just my opinion. They're not paying me to say this. Unless they are. In which case I would say so.
That's legit. There we go. Okay, you are up on screen. And
cool.
I should be able to... Oh, yeah, I can just make it an Alan cam now if I want to.
Nice.
That's the fruits of...
Alan cam's the way to go. After time.
Yeah. That is the fruits of the co-stream I do with Jer. He actually is the one who like pushed me to finally getting that set up correctly.
Nice.
So yeah, let me know, you guys, if you want me to pop to the Alan cam for a little bit during this. And I'll try and remember to do that. But let's see. this conversation I planned on being very freeform anyways. So there's not going to be a structure. But
I mean, much like our show.
Yeah, indeed. Which is such a good time. If you guys are free on Saturdays, I think we're actually doing a really good. We're getting better and better, and we're having a really good time doing those streams.
It's a highlight of my week.
Same for sure.
I hope it's a highlight of any of yours.
It's definitely like streaming in general. Like it was hard for me at first. Well, there's a couple of factors to this. I previously kind of thought I was what people refer to as an introvert. It's always way more complicated than that, right? But when we started streaming, I was still working at my day job, and boy, that was just draining all of my social performative energy. And so it was really hard for me to like work up the social energy to stream, and that's one of the reasons why I invited you on, because like it was a lot easier to have you, a friend who like relaxes me, frankly.
Good to know.
Like be there and I can chat with, and even if I am just putting social energy out to the internet and no one's in chat or whatnot, like I always got something back by hanging out with you.
Nice.
But now it's definitely to the point where like it can be stressful for me to go into a stream, but it is always rewarding once I'm in the stream. Like I said, I was having kind of a rough day today, like just a bad chronic illness day. Like it happens, it's fine.
Same.
Yeah.
It's not your same illness.
Yeah. But now that I'm live and talking with everyone, like I'm having a blast and feeling great. And I've already decided I'm taking tomorrow off. So
I'm sure that's a big load off of your shoulders.
Yeah. I know I will be fine.
Everything is fine.
Not only that, this has been a particularly fun stream already.
Oh, good.
But like I was saying, talking about monsters.
Yes. Monster is the story for thereof.
Also, check out Stories from Monsters by Fable McDaniel. I'm sure we'll be talking about that.
Shout out to Fable McDaniel.
Not technically sponsored, but kind of a little bit sponsored.
Affiliated.
Glitter and Grime saying, "Yay, good call, taking tomorrow off." Yeah, like, being self-employed now, like, I am very glad I have that, like, choice, where, like, today was kind of weird. Like, if I didn't have this, like, big event, and, well, like, I'm still working out my, process of like, getting everything done and making sure I'm not, like, on the wire on anything. And, because the more to the wire I am with any particular project, the more stressful that project is. So I want to make sure I'm getting everything done, like, significantly ahead of time. Today was one of those days where, like, nothing was going to be done ahead of time. Like, I have this Eichenfeld episode that technically was supposed to go live at noon. Would have been able to go live at 4, but I didn't want people to watch my Eichenfeld Let's Play at 4. I wanted people to be here. So that'll go live once we're done with this.
Hey, that sounds very reasonable, honestly. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. But, like, I knew I had a lot on my plate because I also had to get ready for this. And so, I mean, like, I couldn't take the day off today. But knowing that I just have to make it through the end of the stream, and then, like, I can just do whatever I want to tomorrow, like, that calms me significantly.
Good.
Yeah. I keep trying to talk to you about monsters. How
You're doing a great job so far, Fendo.
How do, like, okay, so in previous conversations you have mentioned with positive monsters, you tend to take a couple of different animal parts and sort of smash them together. Can you elaborate more on like what you mean by that?
Sort of, because there's not a whole ton of a process to it. Also, I'm gonna start this over because that action line is weak as hell. But yeah, no, there's not a whole lot to elaborate on there. Generally, positive monsters, I can send here, do I need to send you a few to show the chat, or?
If you can actually pull it up on screen, I can focus you for a little bit.
Sure, let me do that real quick. Just open a few here. Or, yeah. Let's see. Let me, artwork. Yeah, here, I'll just... Like, here's an older one, but it works out nicely.
Oh, that's so cool. I don't even remember that one.
I still have prints of that one if you want one.
Ooh. Oh man, Loopy Fritz would hate it.
Oh, does he not like spiders?
Oh, despises them.
I mean, it looks enough like not a spider that he might be okay.
I love it.
But yeah, I mean, this one's maybe not so great to talk about design-wise because the inspirations are fairly clear. This one's somewhere between a spider and a crab. But if I pull up something a little more esoteric, like Snare It here, for example. Yes, I named them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So this one, you know, getting a little weirder with that one. That one's a snail and a ferret. I definitely try to take two animals that you specifically wouldn't think of as being together to mash together, because I find that makes just more fun combinations.
Definitely.
So, you know, snail and a ferret, not too closely related. And sometimes it doesn't actually involve animals at all. Like, I know you have a print of this one here.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Now, this one, like, a lot of people, like, I don't know, you can see the obvious anglerfish inspiration in there with the lure.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, when I talk about everything else that went into it, you get a lot of, like, oh, yeah, but you didn't see it immediately. And that's something kind of more I've been aiming for as I've been getting deeper into the series.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was most directly inspired by the general idea of a stomach. But then I also threw in some anglerfish, some scorpion, a little bit of pitcher plant,
Mm-hmm.
and it all just kind of came together. So you've got this thing with a mouth in the top of its head, clearly some sort of digestive sac. You know, I try to make positive monsters look like they could biologically function,
Mm-hmm.
even if it would be in a really bizarre way.
Mm-hmm.
But I try to make, like, on some level, no matter how weird I get with it, I try to make it look like it makes some kind of sense, like you can imagine some sort of fantasy ecosystem where this thing exists.
You know, that actually something I've noticed with your work in general and like things you enjoy, because more than once you brought up to me that like when you like things that clearly operate on a logic, the logic might just be very different than
Oh yes, no, the logic can be bonkers, but if there is a logic there at all, I think you've succeeded at something. Like, that's also something I aim to do with my characters. Like, it can be, you know, an alien or a hyena or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you still make it feel like a person, you've succeeded on some front.
Yeah. So...
Here, I'm just going to bring up one last one.
Oh, go for it.
Just because I think this is another fairly successful example.
Yeah. That's another one of my favorites.
Yeah, design goals with later ones. Now, obviously, this one has a lot of dragon inspiration with it, with the wings and the horns.
Mm-hmm.
But I also definitely wanted to throw, like, some baby chicken in there.
Mm-hmm.
Give it that sort of unpleasant gangliness, maybe, like, make the viewer question if it actually, like, finished developing before it hatched. There's definitely a lot of sort of ugly cute going on with positive monsters, and that's definitely something I aim for. Like, I want to kind of gross the viewer out a little bit, but I don't want to make it so unpleasant that they can't look at it. I want to make it have also some sort of weird, slightly pathetic, endearing quality, or something that would make you like, after an adjustment period, you could maybe try to pet something, you know?
Which I would argue is like kind of just how humans work too, because like
Yeah.
if you think about it too hard, humans are just disgusting. But
Oh,
like
absolutely, yeah. Humans are vile.
humans are absolutely just horrific. But many of us, I'm not going to say all, do very much enjoy looking at other humans and being around other humans, and yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that plays in very well with just how the positive monsters like become so relatable, along with the messages you tend to give them.
And that's definitely very intentional as well. Like a big theme in a lot of my work is the idea of like I had the term on the tip of my tongue just a second ago. Definitely a sort of subverted expectations, if you will. And contradictions in terms that are allowed to exist. I like when your immediate reaction to something I've done or written is one thing, and then upon even just a little more examination, it's a second thing. And like the very concept of positive monsters plays on that, because like on one hand, oh, it's a monster, but then it's saying a really nice thing, so it kind of just makes you question the whole monster thing to begin with. Makes you think about like what we consider a monster and why. Makes you think about your first impressions of it.
It's got a very sort of feel.
Yeah, no, that's kind of exactly the vibe I go for with them. Mostly because I don't know, it's always fascinated me. I think that's a very human reaction, and I think that encourages people to then sort of carry that into the world around them. Because I've got, if we're gonna talk selfishly, I've got a bit of that going on myself. I'm tall, I have very broad shoulders, I have a deep voice, I tend to wear a lot of studs and spikes. I fully understand that I can be kind of an intimidating looking person. And I'm not willing to necessarily change that, but it feels more earned when someone is willing to kind of look past that and get to know me and see that I'm actually just like a big marshmallow.
I was gonna say you're the pretty much the sweetest cinnamon roll I know. Everyone go on chat.
Is there a way to block a bot?
Oh, do you have a bot in your chat?
I sure do.
Ban their name, reason. I normally just say spam because it's usually spam.
Yeah, how do you do that?
Just type it in chat.
Just type ban their name?
/ban, sorry.
/ban.
Also, Shiny Zubats gives you an all. At some point, we should probably get Abnerdoodle mod privileges on your server too, just because Abnerdoodle's like the best mod on the planet.
Yes, agreed.
I'm gonna bring it back to my thing for a bit here. Trying out something with these antlers. So, despite of this like being a horror comic, I have never been super confident with my monster designs, which is kind of why I look up to you.
Gotcha.
I mean, one of several reasons.
I would argue an effective monster design doesn't have a singular formula. It depends entirely on what you want to do with that design.
So, like, I always thought, I always, like, okay, so I've been proud of the Angels and of the Slight. Like, I think that idea is solid, and going forward has been great. There's also the, like...
They're iconic to the series.
Yeah. There's kind of the... I don't even really have a name for them except for, like, Husk Monsters. I don't like those as much because they're basically just slime with faces on them, and there's a couple of them I've made that I kind of like. There's like a big boss monster at the end of chapter 2 that I think looked cool. Lots of too many eyes.
Too many eyes is good. Too many eyes is good.
Uh,
Big fan of
but
too many eyes.
not a real standout design in my opinion.
Gotcha.
And I want to sort of get better at that going forward because I've said, there's a new type of monster being introduced in chapter 4 and onward. And that's, what these illustrations are based on, the Nemesis.
Yes.
And okay, so like I try and think of the core things I'm trying to accomplish with them, and that they all directly reflect someone.
Right.
And currently the masks I've been putting on them, like for this illustration series, they're not necessarily reflective of a specific person.
Right.
But I want them nonetheless to, like, give a person feel.
Yes.
But their actual, the rest of their design and their powers, I want them to look unified, but very, very different. I'm definitely looking forward to, like, in future of this like fights, I want that sort of JoJo-esque, you've got weird powers going up against each other and weird things going up against each other.
You want your own take on stands.
Yes. So like I want, like, this probably isn't going to be an actual fight, but like imagine Cass versus a literal fucking mountain. What would that look like?
Yeah, no, that's solid.
So thinking about the like things I want in common, I like the idea of weird ass antlers, like I've kind of drawn on here, and the sort of like golden face. And I think using that, but then making everything very different beyond that, is a good way to go.
I think so. You definitely want some sort of unifying design element, so you got that there.
I'm going to see real quick. I need to dig through my phone to see if I can find the notepad sketch I did of my idea for Cass's nemesis, which will be an important one.
Excellent.
I think I've shown you it before, but
you may have.
I'm mainly pulling it up in Discord, so it's easier to pull up on my computer.
No problem. I'm just over here figuring out Appy's proportions.
While I have the blank screen, I'll focus you again.
Okay.
Nice little cartoon pose you got going on.
Thank you. I'm bad at those, so I'm hoping this will make me better. I tend to have difficulty going too cartoony with the poses, so like trying to loosen up, be a little less reliant on that realism for a character like this that's supposed to be more Looney Tunes-esque.
Where is... I'm also getting notifications.
Notifications?
Which I should probably turn off.
I will eventually have those on my channel. Right now I'll just settle for overlays.
Well, that wasn't... I found one drawing I want to pull up, but not the one I was looking for.
Okay.
I really should organize things on my phone better.
Shouldn't we all?
That's the thing I'm gonna pull up, but not what I was looking for.
Ah, very nice. Very, very JRPG end boss, and I mean that in a good way.
Ah, yes.
I can also see, given what I know about Cass, some of the influences going in. Very strong
That's not the
language
Cass
with
one.
themes you
That's the one I'm not
want.
looking for.
Oh. Well, if Cass was fighting this one, I could see a lot thematically on why it would make sense for him.
Yeah, I haven't put a lot. Well, maybe since you said that, I will take more influence. This was I just sent it in the Discord. Is like the napkin sketch I did of when I was
Gotcha.
first trying to.
I can see where you were going with this one.
Open original. Why won't you just copy image? Right. So
Plain deadly premonition has ruined the face design for me, but that is not your fault.
I mean, like, I might need to, like, actually, I mean, like, I'm looking at it again for the first time in a while, and let me put it back up. Okay, yeah. So this was the earliest concept I have for Cass's nemesis. So like going for like the head being a similar golden mask and then like
Yes.
antlers and whatnot. But I'm not liking the face now. Not
Sure.
even before you mentioned it, I was looking. I'm like, looks a little too like Joker and
I was, or even kind of Silent Hill-ish, which
Yeah.
like you've definitely got some. You could point to some influence from that in your work, but don't feel like it's what you were going for with this.
Mm-hmm. One thing thinking about the character it is attached to,
Yes.
what the nemesis should and ideally like represent is the parts of their personality that are holding them back. And
Okay.
what I was kind of getting with Cass is actually his pride in a way, which is something we haven't seen as much in OTL so far. Much more
You've hinted at it.
Yeah, much more in Chapter 3 when we see flashbacks to pre-Cersei Cass. Like, I very much see Cass's, like, pride as the way Cersei was able to get in.
Yes.
And
That was her door.
yeah, and it was also sort of the reason why he the interactions that led her to doing what she did were very much because of his pride.
Yeah.
And I kind of want him to see that reflection of himself, and also like Cass is, despite like I don't like one of the like writing struggles I've had with Cass is him being a bit of a Mary Sue of this, like kind of being good at everything. It's just leader, whatnot. But like I always knew he was gonna have a big fall and that would like solve that problem, and that is happening now.
Gotcha.
But I do like Cass is a competent person. That's going to stick around even when he doesn't have, the power of the world and everything. And so I do kind of want this nemesis to be like that competence turned against the party.
Gotcha.
Definitely another thing with another unifying thing with the nemesis. Nemesis.
Nemesis is the plural.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is the more human shaped they are, the more of the sort of percentage of the person they are.
Gotcha.
I definitely think back to a particular episode of Rick and Morty, which I don't know if you watched the show at all.
A tiny bit. I admit the fan base largely keeps me away from it.
100% valid. I'm not even sure how I feel about the show itself, fan base aside. But there was one particular episode I really liked where Rick and Morty go on a spa vacation. They go to a spa, and there's a machine that drains out all of the toxic personality traits from them.
Gotcha.
And the problem with those characters is they are over 60% toxic personality traits.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you take that away and there's nothing left for that show to run on.
Exactly. So the, people who walk away from the machine are, like, essentially cardboard. Meanwhile, the toxic traits that got sucked out start living in the, like, slime machine and become sapient and begin to take over the world.
Like you do.
And I kind of like to think of that from a more serious perspective and be like, okay, like most Nemesis are going to be instinctual. They're going to be just like base urges and whatnot, because you know, a lot of people, you know, they get through life just fine, and yeah, they have flaws, and you know, that keep them down, but it's not something so conscious. Cass, however, at this particular point in his life, is like 60% emotional trauma.
Yes.
And you know, like 20% sadness, and so his nemesis is going to be a problem.
Seems like it, and that is a good thing conflict-wise.
Admirdoodle joking about nemesis ease, reminding me ease.
Pizza.
The other one I pulled up is the one nemesis drawing I have gotten the prompt for that I have yet to actually draw. And the prompt for this one, which I'm about to pull out, was simply Spider Demon. And I'm like, ooh, what is Quelaag from Dark Souls for 200, please?
Really? You're going to pull out that one and not Rom the Vacuous Spider?
I prefer Quelaag. I think that's a more iconic design. Although Rom the Vacuous Spider is very cool. What if Spider but rock?
What if Spider but blob?
So that's another one I might end up working on tonight. Although we are, I'll be honest, chewing through time a little faster than I expected. So we'll see.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. I do think this mountain one, I think I can officially say this one's done, though. So,
Fair.
We're gonna save a second version of that.
I have made that head way too small. I'm going to fix that.
And I'm going to show off another one that probably needs a little bit of touch-up. It is also saved somewhere dumb, so bear with me while I find it.
Will do.
At least I know it's saved somewhere dumb. That narrows down the list of places it could be.
It does, doesn't it? Alright, there we go. That's better head proportions for Appy.
If Spider Sunica says, if Spider Lady evil, why hot? I admit I reached out to the person who gave me the Spider Demon prompt. I was just like, okay, so like, it's okay if you say no, but can I make the Spider Demon horny? She's like, yeah, sure.
I would argue that it should be. I mean, you know, good old Lolth from D&D.
Okay, so it's not in the right folder, so I can not check the right folder. There are also,
I forgot the eyelashes.
And another, you know, fun thing for the here we go. This is actually the first one I drew. And you know what? Actually, I'm not sure it really needs much more.
Oh yeah, the raccoons.
Yeah.
I was there for
the prompt I was given was simply raccoons.
It was a good prompt. It's a solid prompt.
Yeah, solid. I really liked them.
Yeah. They're vicious little things.
I think this is an example of less is more, because like I could add more like filters and stuff to sort of put it up with the mountain, and
feel distracting.
Yeah, they got enough detail in like their fur and everything. I think this one might be good to go, actually.
And that's one of the most difficult principles of illustration, really, is knowing when to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because it will almost always feel like you're stopping too soon, or like you're working on it slightly too long.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I'm thinking is
suddenly everything clicks and you're like, oh, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe some quick way to make the raccoon stand out from the background a little bit more.
Fair.
But that actually might be incredibly difficult given how I composed those.
Quite possible. go. Okay, so I've got a nice basic appy to work with. Now I can work on outfit design.
Okay, I have a plan. We'll see if this plan works.
I have part of a plan.
Just add
What
a little bit
percentage
of
of the plan
brightness.
do you have?
Okay. See, here's the thing, is that looks really, like, just washing out the background just a tiny bit to give it a little bit of contrast works really well. So now I just need to figure out how to get the rest of the raccoons to properly stand out against it.
Fair.
So I'm also remembering the early days of the Bats and Bones art show before we called it that, when
Yes.
a lot of the
Yeah.
a lot of the drawings I was doing were stream requests, also from the Kickstarter.
Yes. Good times those were.
Yeah.
Good times.
I am also thinking. I think I might have mentioned on an earlier stream that I'm thinking about adding a redoing how I do streams in general, not changing Bats and Bones, because that's the cash money right there.
So you have said.
But main thing is I'm thinking about having a monthly Patreon or patron appreciation stream,
Oh, that sounds like a nice idea.
and having a higher tier that actually votes on the what is actually done on the stream, like the drawing prompt or whatnot.
Yeah. That seems very very sound.
Yeah. I've had some demand for higher Patreon tiers, and so
That's a good sign.
yeah.
People want to pay you more money to do things.
That is true. And that is a good problem to have Patreon tiers that are not high enough.
It's almost like people like your content because you're talented and good at what you do.
Yeah, but I don't believe them.
I understand the struggle.
Also, thank you for reposting the merch store link. Oh, did you get to see the merch store, Alan?
I have not. I did not know there was one.
There is one as of today, and that is one way to enter the art raffle, is to buy from the merch store.
Ooh.
I will I do have to warn the merch is technically untested, but this particular merch provider, it comes well recommended. The only one I'm really worried about is the leggings that say "Kill me on the butt." But I think I did everything I could to make them look good. So hopefully the people who buy them like them, because.
Who have you gone with?
Teespring.
Ah, Teespring. I've heard good things.
Yeah. They're so. It's easy to sort of. What's the word? Talk down on all the merch stores and whatnot, but the simple fact is they provide different services. Like Redbubble has its place.
It does. I buy many shirts from them.
But I was trying to find the one that was right for me, and Teespring offered a pretty real good controls over the price and the profit you make as an artist, which I really liked. Their biggest downside seems to be that they you have to hit a minimum threshold of sales before they start even so much as making your store searchable on their homepage.
You need to have Senpai notice you.
Mm-hmm. Which if you're my goal for my merch store is for it to be a place where fans of my content can get fun stuff based on that content. I'm not intending it to be a way I gain an audience on its own. So that's not really a problem for me. I don't really expend Joe Schmo off the street to buy a mug that says "Kill me" on it. Although, if I were Joe Schmo, I absolutely would.
You want to buy a "Kill me" mug?
Point is, it's not a priority for me, so.
Fair. But it is a fun thing to have.
Yeah.
I too will have merch someday.
I can't wait.
Someday.
Over the rainbow?
Over the rainbow.
Oop.
We'll being sued by Israel como like
Impressive. That was quick. Oh, wait, now I'm being sued by him, too.
Nah, just kidding. He's dead. May he rest in peace.
Oh, oh, that's right. I'm being sued by his estate.
I was gonna go with Ghost, but okay. I mean, if we're being thematically appropriate to Bats and Bones.
His estate's ghost.
His estate. The ghost of his estate. Your estate's ghost just sounds like a Nancy Drew title.
I was gonna say estate ghost coast to coast.
Estate ghost. Nice. Nice, bringing in those old school Adult Swim references. Only the freshest memes here on Bats and Bones, kids.
You know, that reading. To audience who doesn't know, I did a live reading of a project a couple weeks ago, and one of the people there was actually a voice actor on Space Ghost. I can't remember.
Really?
Like, I think he was just like a side character or whatnot, but
that's still impressive. I'd put that on my resume.
Oh yeah, Glitter and Grime is saying that Space Ghost Dude is going to be on this week on that reading series, which is the TGI reading series, and yeah, I'm looking that will be a fun one.
Sounds like it.
I do kind of like giving it a little bit of some kind of faded design in the background.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, how do I break feet in a way that makes it look cartoony but still like a foot?
Oh, and thank you for the compliments, Glitter and Grime. Man, I need to hit up Ridge and Trina and see if they have the video recording so I can put that up somewhere or share it around. Because a couple of people weren't able to make it and are sad that they haven't yet seen it.
Aw. Yeah, no, it was good times.
It was stressful for me at the time, but I had a blast. All right. I do think Raccoon is good to go, so I'm going to save it where it's supposed to go.
Oh no, sounds like a bad idea.
And let's see. And I'll get started on drawing Spider Lady.
Fair. I'm not happy with this foot, but I'm just gonna move forward.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of this little bit here is to hang some clothes on the character anyway, so I might as well just get started on that.
Abner Doodle has redeemed a extra bones stretch, by the way.
Alright. Well, seeing as that's on your channel, I think it only applies to you.
True, but you should probably stretch for your health.
Yeah, fine.
I like to look at these as more, like, in most cases, I like to look at them more as reminders rather than, requirements. Like, I should be hydrating and stretching anyways.
Yeah, that's very true. Alright. I have stretcherated. Alright. Now then, let's see if the outfit I had in mind will work on this character.
Yeah, so I wanted to work on monsters while you were here. Another thing I want to talk about with the next couple guests is the covers of This Light. I think in particular that might be a Jer thing.
That might be a Jer thing, but, like, I'm willing.
Oh, yeah. No, I just kind of want to, like, hint at the conversation about how I tend to do my covers for comics twice. There's, like, one I do when I'm releasing the chapter online, and then when the Kickstarter's ready and I'm ready to, print, I redo the cover.
Yes.
Abner Doodle is now singing the lyrics to All By Myself. I'm am I making you feel lonely, Abnerdoodle, or am I missing a context? uh, but yeah, I am excited to. Well, I'm excited to take on Chapter 4. I have done my pre-Chapter 4 cover because I wanted to, and it was fun. Oh,
Good.
chat feels so lonely. Oh no. Oh, it's a slower moment. We've been going for almost 2 hours now, which is normally when my streams would end if it wasn't a special event.
Yeah.
Well, switching out for Fable, I might put out some more social media plugs. Be like, hey, we're still going, and now I'm on with Fable and talking about
The
that.
party don't stop. Choo choo.
Apparently, Fable's getting set up. Excellent. I am looking forward to talking to
Good,
Zir.
good.
To
Talking
Zir,
to Fable.
and out loud messing up their pronouns multiple times, embarrassingly. I'm getting better.
Yeah. Neo pronouns are difficult.
And I will defeat them and be I'll be the pronoun master. That's my goal. I want to die the pronoun master.
Gender is a scam made up by bathroom companies to sell more bathrooms.
That is, yes. Oh, man, there was a lovely Animaniacs meme I found.
That's where I stole it from.
Oh yeah, a different meme. But that's great. Where it's like Yako's like, bad news, gang.
I know this one.
Yeah. People are saying that
our show's trying to push an agenda.
Yeah, our show's trying to push an agenda.
Agenda.
Marco's not binary. He doesn't even have agenda. Defeat them or defeat Zir. And clothes are also a scam made to sell more clothes. Shiny Zubats is sorting Pokemon cards and listening to good discussions. And one thing I kind of need to do is I was going through my leftover Pokemon card collections. My parents sent me them, and I found a couple of misprints of specifically there was a relatively common but still quickly fixed misprint of Wartortle that said that Wartortle evolved from Wartortle instead of Squirtle.
Nice.
And they're actually worth like a nice like chunk of money. And I mean, like I have the most of the Pokemon cards that like I have any attachment to, and it's not, you know, the misprint Wartortle. So it's like I need to figure out how one goes about pawning off some misprint Pokemon cards.
Legit.
Yes, Abnerdoodle,
Right
it's
now-
self-evolution.
Right now, I am just kind of playing around with some shapes to see if the outfit I had in mind is too busy or not.
Shiny Zubat says the trick is finding buyers. Yeah, that sounds about right. Isn't that the problem with everything I'm doing these days? The trick is finding buyers. Sure, I can make a pair of leggings that say kill me on the butt, but who's gonna buy it?
Emo teens,
Fair.
who totally still exist.
Emo isn't dead. Haven't you seen that illustration I'm working on?
Scene kids are still a thing, right? Roxors, your boxors. I remember back when DeviantArt was new. I actually do, and it makes me feel like an internet old.
I remember when DeviantArt was new.
I remember when the internet...
Glitter and Grime says emo teens grew up to be emo adults, right? We didn't go anywhere. We just changed outfits. That's legit. One thing I say frequently is my
until my mid-20s.
my biggest non-girl related regret is that I never actually had a proper emo phase in high school. I was just too self-conscious, and like I definitely had the personality for it. I just I didn't go all in on the fashion and the clothes, and so like I might lean into that more and more now that I'm free from the corporate grind.
I can help you.
Abner Droodle looks at all black outfit. Well, shit.
Yeah, okay. I'm pleased to see that the outfit I had in mind probably won't read as too busy, actually.
Storybook says, dude, same, I wasn't allowed to be emo. Glitter and Grime says, the good news is MySpace is making a comeback, so I think we can lean into this. You'll have to give me more information on that, Glitter and Grime. I am curious.
Is it because people realize that Facebook is horrible?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, that makes sense. Facebook is indeed horrible.
A wretched place. A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Man, Glitter and Grime. I remember one of our first, like, conversations in, when we met was, like, back in college, and we were sort of talking about how we both had our, like, cartoonish wardrobe full of all the same outfit. Because it was just simpler. At the time for me, it was probably black turtlenecks.
Oh, I own one of those.
I used to own several.
You are valid.
Shiny Zubat says, I don't think you could pay me to go back to MySpace. Aww. Glitter and Grime says, kids are saying I'm Just a Kid by Simple Plan is amazing, and they wish they were teens in the early aughts. Oh, that's hilarious.
I wish you were teens in the early aughts, trust me. Of course, you also don't wish you were teens now.
Really, it's just a bad time always to be a teen.
Being a teen is never great. Yeah, no, like two of humanity's worst inventions of the past like 20 years are Facebook and blockchain technology, so.
I thought for sure you were gonna say teenagers.
No.
Blockchain and teenagers.
Hundreds.
Man, I need to really look into the whole non-fungible token deal, because I don't understand it. I don't understand.
Okay. But if you're going to,
yeah, you
have to promise me that you will not utilize it ever.
I mean, that's sort of the thing. Like, I do not understand why. I don't understand what it is, why it's bad and or good. I literally, all the conversations I've read have just like gone over my head. And I actually got a commission for specifically an essentially an anti-NFT art piece, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, sure. I just don't get it. I'm too dumb.
I will explain it to you after the stream. I do not have the confidence or the time actually to explain it to you succinctly on stream at present.
That is legit.
I can tell you why it is an extremely bad thing.
Please do. I do intend on doing my own research as well. It's the general vibe I have gotten from people I trust is that yes, it is a bad thing. So like that's not like that's really not the question. I more just am trying to understand the what and why. I understand it's like what if art but blockchain, but
that's the start of it. But it goes from there into some extremely gnarly places.
Mm-hmm.
Very rapid.
I do know, okay, so one thing I have already read, which I don't think is, like, the reason a lot of people dislike it, is just, how it kind of affects copyright law and how it makes, like, it can make property ownership just a fucking nightmare.
That is a big part of it, yes.
Yeah, that's really all I super know, to be honest.
That's a big part of it. Oh, cool, my pressure sensitivity. Okay, it's back now. Don't you love it when that happens? When your pressure sensitivity just decides, I'm not attending class today.
Yes. So one of the I love the tablet I'm drawing on now, but one of the problems it has is every once in a while it will just completely forget it has ever existed, and I'll just have to completely recalibrate the whole thing.
I just have to remind it exists.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's hella annoying.
Yeah.
uh, I'm trying to catch up on chat real quick.
No problem.
Let's see. So, Glitter and Grime talking about the "I'm just a kid" thing. So it's only a matter of time before they get on the MySpace train. Shiny Zubat says, "Can confirm was teen." Probably referring to us teen being one of the worst inventions humanity's ever made. They're saying people who knew "I'm just a kid" by Simple Plan before TikTok blew it up recently is considered a legend. Amberdoodle says, "I have a void cat. Does that count towards my emo level?" Amberdoodle's also asking me to check my DMs on, I guess, Discord.
Also,
oh, yeah.
I hate to be this person, but it is 6 o'clock, so I believe I don't want to take up any of Fable's slot.
Oh, yes, it is indeed Fable's time. Thank you so much for joining me, Alan.
It has been great to share some time with you.
Absolutely. Everyone thank Alan for being here, and I'll go ahead and get switched over to Fable now.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, toodles.
Toodles. How do I turn this off?
I was literally thinking the same thing. It's not going away. Oh, there we go. There we go. Bye. All right, trying to get Fable here. Fable. I can't hear you. This might just be the same thing that was happening with Alan, so maybe give it a minute and keep talking until... Oh. Oh, that's you. Something. I can hear you.
I am hearing distorted audio. Give me just a second.
Gotcha.
I think I know what is wrong on my end. All right, say something now.
Hi, it's me, Kyle, your friend.
That is a lot better. Okay, we're good.
Hello.
Yeah, I was
Fable.
getting some distorted audio.
Oh, hey, K Penguin.
Kyle.
Hey, K Penguin. Hey, Fable. Welcome, Fable, to the stream, everyone. I'm getting some water. I'm gonna take just a minute to repost things on social medias and whatnot, since we're still going 2 hours in. And I also need to get your music back.
I'm gonna attempt to pull up the stream so that I can actually see the chat while everything's going, and I'll just mute it so that I'm not hearing double for everything.
Well, everyone is saying hi to you specifically.
Well, I appreciate that.
So, alright. I'm putting on the OTL soundtrack that Fable made. Oh, hi Fable and good night world. Are you heading to bed, Glitter and Grime? Thanks for stopping by. So, an introduction for everyone. Fable is the lovely musician, writer, and just entire core of rhetorical answers. Sorry, it's just, have a good night, Glitter and Grime. Thank you for staying around. I know this can be kind of late for the East Coast viewers, so thank you so much. Sorry, distracted.
Thanks for stopping in.
How about you? I can introduce you. You should also introduce yourself. You're probably better at it than I am.
You would be surprised. Hi everyone, I'm Fable. I am basically most of rhetorical answers right now. I make music and stories and sometimes art and funny voices and shit. Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
So
I play games with Kyle and have a podcast.
yeah,
There's that, I guess.
both of those are true. I have known Fable for a really long time. We calculated it recently. What's it been, like 8 years?
Yeah, actually, let's see. Yeah, 8 years. 8 years.
And
It's been a while.
yeah, we've been pushing each other in the creative space that entire time. And now that like things are starting to pop off for me, frankly, it's really nice to like really grow with you and like see how your work's been coming along and everything. Way before either of us knew what we were doing, I commissioned Fable to make a soundtrack for Of This Light, and it took a while, but boy oh boy did you deliver some great music, and that's what's should be theoretically playing in the background right now.
Time or our listeners will tell.
And
Yeah, oh my gosh, the soundtrack had it had a few different turns over the years.
well, I do still think it was like a great project for us in general, like learning how to work together, which is sort of like blossomed its way for just a really great collaborative relationship going forward. I mean, just like a
I mean, we can anything now.
yeah. So like what got mentioned earlier, and I think Adam Doodle probably posted in chat, is Fable makes a podcast called Stories for Monsters, which is like a fantasy. I would view it as kind of like a dark fairy tale mythology fiction podcast, and when I say dark, I don't mean like edgy. I mean like it's got weight, is what I'd say. And yeah, I do some art for it sometimes. I also I've been a couple voices. I was a dragon once. Also,
you wanna give them a taste of your dragon voice?
absolutely not, never. I frankly, I'm a bit more proud of Calcifer in episode 5. That was a fun one, and I felt like I put a lot more of me into Calcifer than I did to Miran.
I'm excited to see more of Calcifer. Actually, I have plans for Calcifer.
I am excited. It's a really great listen. I'm sure Abner Doodle's posted links in the chat.
Yeah, there's one to the YouTube channel, which is like, frankly, the easiest one to go to, just because like, well, one, you don't have the same ad content as the podcast platforms, and two, it's the only place that you actually see the exclusive art.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the Patreon. And this latest episode with Kyle as Calcifer, dear listener viewers, it's the first episode to have 2 pieces of art. And that was totally on purpose and a monumental achievement.
It was
not because either of us effed anything up.
It was.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was an intentional stylistic choice that we now regret. Actually, we don't regret it. It turned out fine. Both those art pieces I'm really proud of.
No regret. Yeah, no, they're both wonderful.
It's just like it's funny because like, telling the story, I feel kind of unprofessional, but I also know like why it happened, and that's because again, like we've been working together for years, and so like you text me at like 6 in my time being like, hey Kyle, can you do an art for Stories for Monsters in 3 months? And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, I'm gonna sleep. And I just like made a thing, and it was good, and it wasn't what you asked for at all. I just forgot what you asked for. You know, when I'm being commissioned by someone, I tend to like, how do you like this? Does the sketch look good? Okay, I'll get moving on to step 2. Okay, here's the line work. Do you still like it? Anything you want to change? Okay, last call. Here's the color version. Really last chance now. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. But like, I'm like, you know what? For pro bono, for pro bono work for Fable, I'm just gonna
wing it.
Which is hilarious because that is, I still stand by, like, the best landscape I've done so far, and I'm really proud of it. But you asked for a character portrait.
Oh my gosh. No, it was fantastic, and I'm really happy that everything actually turned out really, really well.
I even technically got it to you sort of on time.
Oh my god. We haven't told this story, have we? No, we haven't told the story. Oh gosh. Okay, so we were down to the wire for getting this episode like out on time.
Mm-hmm.
And I literally, I
That's right, because like
phone died.
Oh.
You didn't get the art to me like as soon as you were hoping to.
Yeah. Oh, that's even one step of it, because I think, okay, we were recording Iconfell. It was an Iconfell recording day, and at some point we were talking about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, episode 5 comes out today, doesn't it? And you're like, yeah. When were you planning on getting that artwork to me? Tonight. Meanwhile, like, we finished up recording, and like, okay, I'm gonna get started on working on that thing, and then like something happened that required both of our like immediate attention, and we're just like sort of calming down from that. I'm just like, not gonna lie, Fable, I don't think I'm gonna get that illustration done.
And you got it in.
I did get it in.
Time, kind of. No, okay, so here's the thing. There are a couple of things that I need to upload. One, the picture, and 2, the actual podcast episode itself.
Real quick though, I want to say goodnight to Storybook. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. I hope you have a really great night.
Good night.
Go on.
Yeah. So I upload these as .wav files so that they are lossless and we have some nice quality. And so that just takes forever.
Mm-hmm.
And so the upload wasn't actually ready until, oh gosh, it was something like 10 minutes till midnight, which is when it always releases. That was like the closest I've been to the wire.
Mm-hmm. I was just
I've continued that same trend with episode 6, which is running late for the early release patrons, but I just got the last bit of voice work done for today. So like, it's literally I'll literally be making the music for it tomorrow and then immediately uploading it for early release people, and uploading it and getting it ready for the normal release with much more time to spare.
Excellent.
than episode 5.
I was just talking with Alan about like I'm still trying to figure out my like process and everything being self-employed, but just in general the feeling that like the more down to the wire I am, the harder, the worse projects are. the more stressful it is to do things. And like I've been down to the wire on Iconfell editing, partially because I hate video editing, and it's really something that I like. Boss Kyle has a really hard time getting worker Kyle to do. But you know, like I've mentioned, I had a footage snafu that has just made everything 50 times worse.
Oh my gosh, that's been a whole thing.
Yeah. Did you manage to see the first episode that came out post?
I did. I can already like just watching it. One, good job. I know that would have been absolute hell to try and do, and I know that you've got like two more,
I believe,
left to do that same way. For let's see, for those have you gotten to explain the situation with anyone, or
not particularly? So basically what happened was I've been working with a pretty full SSD for a little while now, and so I tend to, like, every recording session I tend to move the video files over right away. And actually this might be some detail that I haven't even told you yet, but that particular week I hadn't moved the week before's files over yet to my like bigger hard drive, and from what I can tell, what happened is my SSD got full, stopped the recording, and then when I eventually did move the files over, I kind of just eyeballed it and saved the episode's footage earlier twice, so that I thought everything was fine. And so I basically had to.
It wasn't fine.
Tia popped into chat. My parents' internet is such shit that the stream keeps freezing for long periods of time for me. I had no idea you started the Demon Lady. Yeah, I'm working on Spider Demon Lady while we're talking. I'll be honest.
What is the story behind Spider Demon Lady?
So she is one of the Nemesis drawings for the Kickstarter. The only one that I have the prompt for that I haven't finished. And the prompt was simply Spider Demon as the prompt for Nemesis. So I am drawing a Nemesis that is a Spider Demon, and I made it horny because that's where I am in my life right now.
You could have said that you were drawing from other inspirations that have used this same type of monster, and you just threw yourself under the bus.
It would Abnerdoodle saying that she can hop on the mic if she wants, and it would be cool to hear from Abnerdoodle at least a little bit during the stream.
Well, I'm sure we can do that at some point.
Yeah. Let's see. So today has been pretty good existence day for Shiny Zubats. Got to work from home. Significant other got to work from home, so got to see him a bit more today. Restful days are nice, and I'm glad you had a good rest. You've been working hard, plugging for the stream. Abnerdoodle. That was to Abnerdoodle. Which also, yes, I'm glad you're getting to rest too. And thank you for plugging the stream so much. I know this is... I'm always blown away by how willing you are to help me out with things, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I forget what I was talking about before this, though.
Well, a little bit about it was horny spider demon.
Right, horny spider demon.
However, I was also gonna say, from the little that I did here, because Lauren's been playing the stream in the background while I've been working, and I kept on hearing stuff about the OTL soundtrack. Is that something that you were wanting to talk about today, or? Absolutely
something I wanted to talk about with you today. So, like I was saying, Fable made the Of the Slight soundtrack. It was a Kickstarter reward for specific backers, but it is also available now on iTunes. I don't think it's on your Bandcamp yet.
I am literally uploading it right now, actually.
Perfect. It's some great work.
Before the end of the stream, it will actually be available on the Bandcamp.
I do have it playing
my goal.
Quietly right now. I'm like, why isn't it? It doesn't seem like it's playing. I'm like, oh, Tower of Salvation. I forgot how menacing and quiet that one starts out as.
That was by your request.
That was by my request, and I wasn't complaining. I just forgot. But it's a great listen. I really like it. I do think it's perfect to pair with the comic.
Tower of Salvation is one of my better works.
I really like it. There it is. There's that organ.
It breaks me hard. It's a good song. It's a good song. I feel like I should play it to remind myself how it sounds.
Specifically, it is the Chapter 3 theme. But yeah, why don't you talk about your process for making it? Because like we were saying, it was definitely a long process. But then once you figured it out, you busted it out in a couple of months and weeks even.
Yeah. No, I got effectively I got good. So okay, the first couple of songs actually that I worked on were I want to say the very first one is actually the last one on the album, which is Shards of This Light. And it is the second iteration of that song. And the only thing that I recorded from my old studio in the apartment from when I still lived there and actually had a decent setup for recording voice. Shame I couldn't mix or master yet very well, so returning to it for this to try and work on the mix and everything was like chaos, but it really turned out well. It's one of the more natural feeling sounds. I use a lot of digital and MIDI sounds and a lot of computerized stuff, so everything is pretty regular and on time. And Shards was made by me playing the piano by hand, plugging the sound directly in to Pro Tools, and then singing over that a great many times. I would have to scroll down and down and down because of all the voice parts that it has. But oh my gosh, I had so much fun with that. I really tried to emulate for the end, especially the very first time that we recorded it, which was also in that apartment, the same room, but before I had Pro Tools working, before I had the studio like really up, and it was just me and you and a few of our friends, and we all gathered around my mic, and I would kind of like conduct for time and like cue each of us like in turn, one by one, to come in with the chant, and I kind of tried to recreate that with Shards, and that includes some of the little like timing imperfections and other things. Like particularly, you had some things where you were like, you had a higher timbre to your voice, and you came in like earlier or later at times, and I loved the texture that actually created for the song. And so I I went out of my way to redo or reproduce rather your particular part in that song. Because I really did like it that much. But no, my God, that is it it's so far from the rest of my work now, but like I still really love it.
Mm-hmm. I remember a couple of can't remember if it was weeks or months. Time's weird right now. But you found your own SoundCloud, and your old SoundCloud and started digging through some old
Oh boy.
music. I also found an old podcast we worked on together, and oh boy. But it definitely
it's not
brought back
as
some
bad
emotions.
as you think it is.
I don't believe you.
Like, it's not great, but it's not bad. I went back and I listened and I was like, okay, a little slow, but I listened all the way through. There was a story that I read at the end of it, and I can't find that story for the life of me, but I would love to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
I might literally have to just like retell it. So yeah, like Shards took a while. I started like the first version of that. I played on electric guitar.
Oh yeah.
Not
one of your specialties, although it still
guitar.
sounded great. I just know you weren't comfortable with it.
No, it really just had a couple of hiccups. It had one hiccup that I didn't know how to fix properly, and so it's got a bit of a hitch. And my timing for the percussion was terrible, but I will say that I'm proud of how I made the percussion and how I made a lot of the ambient sound. That is to say, all of the instruments on the original Shards of this Light are electric guitar. So that was really fun. I remember I wrote most of the lyrics myself, but I would run them by you. And especially for verse 2, I actually got your help on, and we sat down at my kitchen table, and I was asking you about what Cass would say to all of his followers. And so that's how that verse was made, and it was just so much fun. So that one took the longest. And let's see, the next two that I worked on were the themes for Cass and Cersei. And I don't even know how worth it is to talk about those, because like I'd start them on, let's see, Cass I started on guitar, and it's just completely different now. It is just not even recognizable if I remember right. And Cersei's, like, it evolved a little bit more over time, but overall I was able to save a lot of my first draft stuff, and those took just between the first and the second draft, or rather the second push that I did to get this done more recently last year. That in between space took so long, but like actually getting it done, I did relatively quickly, just because I did those right at about the same time that I like really started doing socks. And so I was getting a lot better at working quickly and utilizing the tools that Pro Tools had available. And oh my gosh, I loved that. I remember, oh god, for Cersei's theme especially, I just kept on turning that over in my head for so long. There was a little stint where I worked at Guitar Center, and I was just like, all the time, I was just working on that little bit of I think it was and just back and forth with that, and figuring out how Cersei's song actually ended up going, and eventually I settled on stuff with that and stuff with like this whole music box vibe. That was so much fun.
Real quick, thank you very much. Shiny Zubats is saying that she really likes the Scary Mantis lady. And I like how it's coming along too. I wanted to get the lines all cleaned up or connected so I could do some fun background stuff.
I admittedly haven't been watching too much because my internet is awful and it has trouble keeping up with all the video.
Oh, that's legit.
That is what it is. No, yeah, so Cersei's
sorry.
evolved and got... Oh, what?
I was just gonna say your Drowning on the Sound cover just came out and it's really good. Go on.
Right, so Cersei's song was it had this creepy vibe that I started in like C minor, and it was one of my first forays into my current style, which is basically I have a rough idea in my head, or just the concept of a thing. So in the case of Cersei, it was the whole, and then going down the chords, and I kind of give myself a backing, and then I actually improvise most of my music. Like I'll give myself a few things to loop in the background, and then the actual melody I'll just let myself off the leash for a few minutes, and that'll be the song.
Mm-hmm.
Which is different from most other musicians that I know or have seen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, especially professionally, are much more meticulous about that stuff than I am, and a lot of people feel like they only have so much creativity that they can push out at a time, and I'm like, I'm over here just at this point, pretty much everything that I have is improvisational. And so like whenever I sit down at the piano, I have no idea what is going to come out. I just kind of I hit a few keys and I'm like, okay, here we go, that's what we're doing. And I just build on top of it. But Cersei's theme was one of the first times I kind of did that, and just like I gave myself a backing and then built on top of it. And then Cass's was a mix of that and more of the sock stuff. Just a bit more smoothly with like the different layering and stuff, if I remember right. I'm gonna pull it up because I'm not sure if I'm thinking of Cass's theme or if I'm thinking of Chapter 1's theme. I wrote a lot of music last year. It is so hard for me to remember everything. I've had this talk with JR like on stream. Oh my gosh, he was talking about Dandelions. My song Dandelions, it's a sock song, and like he loves that song, and by the way, for those of you who haven't like watched or seen Jared, like just an absolutely amazing guy, an amazing artist. Jared does something that a lot of other people don't do, and that he appreciates not only the art but what makes the art special, and how the artist makes said art. And just Jared is in love with the process, and that's not something that everyone appreciates. A lot of people are just like, I feel this about this thing, and Jer is all up into like how this was made, bare bones, and where the artist shines through the work. And that's just so special.
In Jer's personal artist biography, he states that he has a passive get shit done buff that like emanates within a 5-meter radius around him. No cooldown, no mana drain, and it's like that is such a truth about him.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. I can't say that enough. A lot of times I had viewed a lot of my songs as kind of throwaway. And Jer has actually let me see my own work through a bit of a different lens. And that Dandelions, as well as a lot of the songs, are snapshots of me in a moment. They are me up against the wire, just using the basest of my tools to get something out and done. And he appreciates that. And he appreciates what actually makes it special and what makes the work that I do stand out immediately. And that's not a way that I had thought about it before. I had kind of just denigrated it to this is a way that I'm going to learn about my skill set and my tools. And you know, if it's crap, it's crap. And Jer's insistence is it's not crap, it's enlightening. And there's just an enormous difference in that. And again, some of that process you can see in these first few songs. So with like Cass and Cersei, like the beginning of Cass's song, I think I actually took from the first draft and I like spliced it in with the rest of it. And then I played more stuff on top of it, and it became something. So those character themes were really big building blocks and stepping stones and my own development as an artist. And so like I am forever appreciative of those particular pieces. Like those three are just very special to me. Oh my god, now I'm getting all stupid and sentimental and shit.
Chad, I mean, particularly Abner Doodle as well, but me too. While you were talking, your Drowning in the Sound cover was going on, and dude, it's so good. You're so good.
I have heard that. Oh my god, so Lauren teaches to high school students, teaches English, and they were doing this project, and they were analyzing, you know, different songs and lyrics and the meanings and stuff. And one of those songs was Drowning in the Sound. And Amanda Palmer, although she is like my favorite, is a very abrasive artist. She has a very raw voice and raw, rough, chopped together style. She does things not only with her own voice, but with the instruments that she plays with and the band members that she chooses when she works with a band, that are very dissonant. Like there's this when she was playing with the Grand Theft Orchestra. Oh gosh, I can't remember which song it was.
I have to ironically point out that 3 of her 4 bandmates for the Grand Theft Orchestra were previously Jason Webley's bandmates, and so she made this band of people, and unironically they did the Grand Theft Orchestra. Anyways, I also love Amanda Palmer.
She did. Yeah. The drummer did something I saw that I hadn't seen before, which was like he kind of scraped the top of the cymbal and it made this screechy, dissonant noise that most people don't like, and it kind of reminded me of like the squeaking of a like really old gate. Just amazing imagery, but not something that everyone likes because it can be very jarring. And it took a few tries for me to actually get into her work.
Same. I first encountered Amanda Palmer as a writer and I watched her TED Talk and read her book before I ever really liked her music, and then at some point Killing Type just got stuck in my head, and then whoops, all Amanda Palmer.
I think we actually had the same journey and about the same time as well.
Yeah.
Like we were also getting more into Jason Webley at that time.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just slipped into it.
By the way, thank you again, Adam Doodle, for sharing Jared's Patreon. Also, if you can, throw up a link to Jared.art. That's where he has all of his comics posted. So, even if you're not throwing $1 to his content, I know he just loves it when people read his work and talk about it. So, please, by all means, if you can.
It's very emotionally intelligent, introspective stuff.
Also, Abner Doodle's requesting that you finish the story about the students.
Oh, right. The students were wanting something that was less abrasive than Amanda Palmer, and so they asked Lauren if she knew any good covers of the song, and she was like, yes. I actually do.
As a matter of fact.
She shared my version of it, and they really loved it. And that's to me that's just extremely high praise when someone can love a cover more than the original, or even find it comparable to the original. I don't have all the resources that Amanda Palmer has, nor do I have the experience, nor even a lot of the expertise, but I have decent enough piano playing skills. I've gotten a lot better at working with Pro Tools, and I am a trained vocalist, and so what I did was I leaned into the feeling and the emotion of the song, and I tried my best to let that shine over anything else. Oh, and I did all the voices myself because, yes.
It definitely
I really just want.
I've wanted you to do a cover of Dessa's 551 for so long, and it's just one of those that re-listening to you doing Drowning in the Sound. Do 551. Do I have to buy you a xylophone?
I will eventually. I actually have so many songs backed up for covers. I will say they are harder for me to do on two fronts. One, just the space that I am in is hard for me to record in. For so many different reasons that I don't want to go into right now. And two, it actually costs me money to actually be able to do covers, because licenses and people owning the songs, and so it has to be quite a few people either listening and or buying the song before it's enough to pay for itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so like the only places that I could put that up would be like YouTube, and that'd be it.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I couldn't do Patreon. I actually couldn't put it on Patreon because people are paying for that, and that's like downloadable content. And so selling covers without the licensure would be illegal.
Legal schmeagle.
But,
I'm kidding. I know it's important.
Would that I could. No, but oh my gosh, I'm so thankful that people actually really liked it, because I haven't done covers a lot, and I want to do more of them, but like it's very reassuring and very encouraging when I put something out like that and it's just an overwhelmingly positive reaction. I was it's so weird. I feel like people can take it for granted how I might like think about myself or my work or my voice, and I beat myself up a lot. I am not convinced that I have any talent or that I'm particularly good. And so another thing that hit me with Drowning the Sound was like I was still working at Flourish, which is a vegan restaurant, and one of my coworkers, also a musician, got a chance to listen to the song, and it's not even his kind of jam, but he actually not only complimented me, but was he talked about my work to other people that day, and said that I had one of the best voices he'd ever heard, which, coming from a musician especially, is like, was very high praise, and particular praise that I hadn't heard before, and it just like hit me like a brick wall. So yeah, just the amount of encouragement that I've gotten from doing that one song has actually been breathtaking for me. Like, my God.
Yeah. I get you.
I cannot express enough thanks.
Oh yes, Abnudoodle is thanking the lurkers. I also appreciate you, lurkers, and I appreciate you, Fable. Thank you for being here.
You too, Kyle.
And thank you for helping me with all of my crazy plans, or at least most of my crazy plans.
Right back at you. You've been well, actually, like gosh, you've been around for some of the really older stuff too that people don't necessarily know a lot about, like the late letters, which I want to bring back. That art that you did is going to resurface.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I said that art that you did is going to resurface.
Yeah.
Which I'm excited for, because I think you did a good job.
Yeah, I don't feel particularly what's the word, self-conscious about. Like, I think I did a good job. It's very different than the stuff I make now, but like I like it. It's all right.
I'd say the late letter stuff was much more well, one, it was just a completely different style, and it was much more textural. Than a lot of the stuff you do now.
It was a lot closer to how I do oil paintings than how I do like traditional digital drawing these days.
It was really fun. It was really fun though. I'm excited to bring that stuff back. I'll just need to like find all the old artwork, like, see if I can re-download it.
Yeah, so look forward to The Return of the Late Letters by Fable. That'll be great. That's a really fun story.
Yeah, I oh gosh, I stopped at like 2 or 3 letters short of the end. So
Oh, that's
I'll
right.
have
We'll
that,
get an
and I'll just like
actual.
wrap it back up.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I'm like, oh yeah, we'll get an actual ending.
Yeah, I know, right? And I'm a much better writer, so it'll be interesting. I say that. I'm actually not sure that I'm not a much better writer in terms of craft. I think I'm a much better person, if that makes sense.
I
I think I've grown enough to end it in a better way.
I don't want to take on the argument of like where you're at craft wise, but I will say like you have become a more efficient creator. If that makes sense. Like
That sounded like a roundabout way to say that my writing sucks, Kyle.
you can take it however you fucking want, regardless of how wrong your opinion is. It's basically just like I know I can't convince you that you've grown as a writer, especially because I love your old stuff almost as much as your new stuff. Like,
I'd say my old stuff is just very different from my new stuff.
Yeah, you started with a high talent in general, so like that's a interesting conversation to have at some other time.
Yeah, not today. Not today. It's a different thing.
But yeah.
I was talking about other things. Right, I was talking about the OTL soundtrack. Let's get back to stuff that has to do with you, Kyle, because this is a comic launch party.
Yeah, you're running out of time there,
goes
buddy.
With the comic. I am running out of time. Okay, so oh my gosh, you got me to do this in like was it 2016 or 2017? And
it would have been probably 2017 at this point because I started writing OTL in 2016.
I don't know. It's on my resume, but I'm not gonna check right now. No. So anyway, like there was this long stretch between the initial concept, and then the actual delivering on everything, like just one hit after the other. Just last year, during quarantine and everything. But the last few, the chapter themes, which took me the longest anyway, not only because I was working my skills, but because I needed to wait for them to actually be written.
Right. Well, I mean, that was
those
fine.
Those I burned through. Like I gave them more attention than I did for socks, but I used those skills and the skills that I'd picked up working on B-side, and I really like tried to drive home each of those with whatever prompt that you would give me. So like, let's see. I mean, one is pretty much a prelude to everything. I don't think it really requires a lot of explanation. I will say, a little behind the scenes thing, that it did not start with the way that it does now. I think I used a completely different instrument for the melody. I had it much more synthy, and then you actually wanted it to be a piano instead. Which did actually end up meshing really well with the rest of the album. So very good choice from a directorial standpoint. But yeah, that just like, it kind of sets a tone. If I remember right, I played all of the drums manually for this one. Pretty simple, but like really, really powerful in the way that it moves, nice and slow. Chapter 2, which is number 3 on the album, Your Life Is Not Your Own. You wanted me to basically make encounter music,
right?
Something with exigence, but not quite the same tension and fear as like a boss battle.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really interesting, and at least personally it helped me grow as a musician to try and like be able to draw back on some of those emotions and not necessarily have them overcome me while I'm working, and to just imbue myself with a different feeling for something too.
Mm-hmm.
So that helped me grow in a lot of ways. If it wasn't completely obvious, working on this album helped me grow so much. um I would say that not only for the album but for like the work as a whole. I'd say that we've both grown as both people and artists just with the development of OTL. I think that that's one of the most special things about it is actually not only the story, which is phenomenal on its own, but the meta story means a lot to me. So yeah, encounter music. And again, that was like, you can especially hear that that new kind of style with like the layering and then the improv and then the cutting and splicing and moving things around kind of stages that I have in that. And then you have everyone's favorite, I think, I don't know actually, well I'm pretty sure it's Kyle's favorite, maybe. Number 5, Tower of Salvation.
It is my favorite, yes.
And oh boy, that one was actually a challenge because I took so long. I took so long just like building the texture of the sound at the beginning. Like I layered so many different noises just to give that kind of spooky, gritty, ambient, vaguely city-y darkness to it. And I built that up for so long, and I'm like, I don't know how the song is gonna go like for that entire time. And then I introduced the organ into it, and I was like, oh my god, okay, it's that kind of song. And I continued going from there. I really tried to raise the stakes for every single step of it. I was thinking that it'd probably be a more organ dominant kind of song, and that wasn't it either. You gave me this you gave me a chart, you know, which was very much like a typical stories kind of chart, to try and show the story being reflected through this song. So I tried to, you know, use more and more and more complex chords to try and portray the events with the organ. And then after that is where it really just like broke into a full-fledged song for me anyway. And you know, I combined the texture and I combined like more of my own digital elements and stuff. And then, you know, I still really needed to up the ante on this because unlike a lot of the songs that I do, it couldn't meander. It had to keep on building and building and building. And eventually it got to that point of, you know, having the texture in the background, having the digital stuff, having the organ coming back in and the piano, and having this really, really dynamic kind of play between the organ and the piano in this scary way. Which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, especially when it comes to MIDI stuff, like I love to draw in my music, and I just want to say that I am very proud that the organ part for Tower of Salvation looks like the opening of a giant maw. And I am so pleased with that.
It is pretty cool to see.
So that was really fun, and then the icing on the cake. Kyle wanted this reversal. This uneasy kind of this uneasy kind of climax where things are okay but they're not. And so I took one of the big motifs that I've used through the entirety of the album, which was the that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I played it backwards. Like, I didn't like reverse the sound. I mean, like, I took the notes and the lengths of the notes and I played it on the piano backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if you haven't ever put that song into reverse and heard that, you should, because oh my gosh, it works well.
I do hate to cut you off, but it is officially time for me to bring Jer in.
That is fine by me. Tell Jer I say hi.
I absolutely will. Thank you so much for joining us, Fable, and again, thank you for watching. Everyone, give Fable a round of virtual applause. And I will be
Thanks for having me.
bringing in Jer now. Again, sorry to cut you off so short, but
No, I was just trying to get that done beforehand. So like, we're good.
gotcha.
All right.
Talk to you later, buddy. Bye. And now I should have a Jer.
Hello?
Hi, I do have a Jer.
Oh my goodness.
We're much better
Got it.
at doing the digital setup.
I'm over here watching your stream, and then suddenly you just insta shift to me, and I'm like, oh my god, your audio quality changed. Oh my god, you're echoing. Oh my god, it's my fault.
Do you have your own art set up right now, or just chilling and talking?
I have actually, if you check the thing, I'm streaming the thing. I'm sending a thing at you, which is my normal setup.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna doodle tonight and hang out with my buddy Kyle, who is like celebrating the 3rd chapter of his comic book of This Light, which is now available and printed and beautiful and for sale for people to buy and read, because you should read it because it's great. Congratulations, Kyle.
Thank you. Abnoodle says, Jer's this generation's Uncle Iroh. He's a great motivator. Watch him make amazing art or talk about life on Twitch, and has posted your link.
I want to be Iroh when I grow up.
I think you're well on your way.
I hope so.
So when I was giving the rundown of, I'm getting your graphics up real quick. When I was giving the rundown of like all the guests I was having on tonight, the one thing I really wanted to like hammer in about you is that like without you, there is no way I would have had the motivation necessary to get Of This Light done at all. Like, you are directly responsible through.
I'm a motivator.
Yeah, your passive get shit done buff can be.
Kyle.
Yeah.
The thing is that like if that 1 R2 unit had me around it, it wouldn't have blown its motivator.
Oh,
It's
there you are.
that was terrible. Yeah, that's the thing I care about. Is I love it when my friends get their stuff done and don't feel afraid to do the project.
Oh, we have both gotten a stretch and a hydrate request.
I will touch my toes right now, actually.
Haha, you can do it now? Congratulations.
I'm like a half an inch. I'm so close. So close. I'm actually, like, I'm drinking herbal tea, which is quite hydrating by itself, so I'll just take a sip of this. I think that'll do the trick.
I am drinking water like a good child. I also, I'm gonna take a bite of this pie I've had in front of me all stream. It's my Kyle published a comic and got it all done pie.
Damn. Times 3, so you should have 3 slices of pie. Obviously.
But yeah, so of all of my friends, you are probably the most familiar with, I mean, like, I know lots of creative friends who have made lots of creative things, but you are very intimately aware with the struggle that is the process of making things.
It's kind of stressful.
It's a bit stressful, yeah.
It is incredibly rewarding. It is incredibly tiring. But yeah, actually getting to, like, thing done is one of the best things in the world, and I love it.
And thank you for hosting Fable. Fable is now has been promoted to audience member.
Hi, Fable. I got in just in time to hear you say hi to me, so hi to you as well. Fable and I have been actually, like, offline. We've been plotting and scheming and possibly collab. We've been plotting and scheming about collaborating.
Ooh, I am excited. I would love to see what a Fable Jer collab looks like, and or sounds like.
It'll probably be a sounds like.
Cool. On that note, I also want to share, did you have a chance to look at any of the merch I made, Jer?
I have not.
I officially have a merch store. And let's see, Abdoodle has posted a much shorter link in the Twitch chat than what I have. But yeah, I spent all weekend designing merch. Well, I've been spending longer than that, frankly. But it is, I've officially got a Kill Me mug for sale. Finally, something
good.
I've needed for a while. I've got leggings that say "Kill Me" on the butt.
That's an interesting choice. That's the number one choice I'm seeing on the store. That's like I definitely love the canoe T-shirt. I might need to get one of those for myself.
Yeah, I think that surprisingly cool.
Oh yes, road on a graphic tee. Oh, it's 2-sided graphic. That's not bad.
I really like that one. I like the graphic tees. There's lots of cool stuff.
a kill me mask.
Shiny Zubat says, "I must resist urge to brief skeleton." You have the power in this. You can make me turn into a skeleton whenever you wish. But yeah, I'm quite proud of the things I made. I don't know why. Oh, I think I'm echoing on. Nope, just for a second. All good. I think it's probably because it's the first thing I made by virtue of, like, I knew it was going to be the trickiest thing to make, and so that might be why it's still in the store first. I haven't figured out all of Teespring's, like, gadgets, but I figure, the store's for my audience. It's not for, like...
Yeah, they look... Yeah, because I've been using Redbubble for quite some time, and those look on par.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I have, like, generally, I'd say, like, 7 of 10 rating of Redbubble in that, like, they haven't done anything wrong to my knowledge. And there's nothing I don't like about Redbubble, I guess. A couple of like little things. Like, I don't like the way that the store is laid out. I think I would love more control over, like, how, what gets shown, what gets shown and how on the store.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but,
real
like,
quick.
yeah, the stuff they make is fine.
Shiny Zubats, what is out of stock? Is it something on the merch store, or are you referring to the nothing should be out of stock, whether it is the skeleton extra bones thing or not? I can unlock one for you if something got messed up on that end. I'll do some looking. But yeah, I considered Redbubble for a while. I don't like. it wasn't necessarily that I found anything wrong with them. It was more just I found out they weren't really the best tool for my particular job.
I understand.
The thing I found about Teespring that I like is that the biggest downside I saw to Teespring was that they don't, until you reach a certain amount of sales, they don't advertise you at all. Like, they don't even make you searchable on their homepage, which is kind of crummy, but also doesn't really matter for me because I'm not really intending to use my merch store to, like, grow. It's a place I can send my audience to.
Right. It's a landing page.
Yeah. They have better tools for, like, determining the price of items and, like, how much you get per item and that sort of thing. And so that really stood out to me. And their quality, like, it's about par with Redbubble.
They look like they're manufactured with the same machines.
Yeah. I'm a hope, like, merch. It certainly seemed like the best tool for where I am at currently right now in my career.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, give me just a second, Shiny Zubats. I will see if I can make that not out of stock. And the best way to do that is to accidentally close out of the page. That would let me check that when I was...
That's kind of the day I've been having today. It's like, wow, this should be really easy if it wasn't for a million things in my way.
This, man, sort of the same. Like, so this morning I just got my ass handed to me by diabetes, and it just made everything take 3 times more longer and 3 times the effort. And I'm doing way better now that I'm, like, live and hanging out, and, like, I feel great. But, man, today was just rough getting here. But I think tonight's turned into a super success for sure.
Hi, everyone that might be new in this particular world.
Yeah. Channel
We're glad that you have joined us.
It's not what I want. Manage rewards and challenges. Stretch. Brief skeleton. Ah. I wonder why I did that. Well, my streams are normally quite shorter. Alright, Shiny Zubats. Give that... already did it. Fantastic. Okay, brief skeleton time. Sorry to interrupt the train of thought. Sorry to interrupt the train of thought so much, dear.
No worries. I'm here for you, man.
I appreciate it. Man, it's so cool to have Chapter 3 done, dude. Like, it's certainly one of those points that, like, there was always a part of me that didn't think I'd get this far in the story, because, like, doing these long epic projects, as you know, is, like...
Marathon.
Yeah, it's a marathon, and it's so cool to get to scenes that I was never quite sure I'd ever actually reach. And yet here I am. And I intend to keep going.
I hope you do. I have so much that I want to get to. I've got such great ideas. They're over there. I need to get there. Do thing, as Abner Noodle says. As Abner Noodle says, I say.
Yep. I am excited to both see what you do and help you and be a part of things. And, well, at least it's not going to J-pop randomly, but I had Rhetorical Answers music going, and it just switched to the Hades soundtrack. But I think we're filling space good now, so... Sorry, I'm rambling.
Tend to talk a lot. I
So,
have a t-shirt in my store that says, I talk too much and loudly. Which, ironically, I don't own. I didn't actually buy that one for myself.
huh.
But that's mainly because I don't typically wear shirts with words on them.
Uh-huh. I like wearing t-shirts with suits. And, well, I try to make sure
Definitely me too.
I tried to make sure everything in my merch store was something that I personally would want.
That's good. That's a good way to go.
Like, so in the case of the leggings, I don't really wear leggings, but boy, if I did, I would just jump at the chance to have a pair of leggings that say "kill me" on the butt. And that's all I'll say about that. But
It's one of your mottos, actually. I mean, you can't be a skeleton without being killed or dying in some way, because the skeleton is on the inside of you otherwise, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm secretly a skeleton on the inside, I'd say.
Secretly?
Secretly.
Secret's out, my friend.
Oh, shit. You tricked me.
Haha!
I am... But yeah, I'm glad to finally have some merch up. And I'm like, I will be getting my own Kill Me mug, of course, because I've needed one of those forever. Shiny Zubats loves brief skeleton time. I quite like... I like it as well. Again, I need to, like, sit down with C and Alan and, like, make this mask not suck.
Because it's such an emblem. It's an iconic mask, and yet, not the most comfortable for the scenarios you tend to be wearing it in.
Yeah, and like part of me is like, it's kind of a thing I'm getting used to, but like, so like it really uncomfortably clamps down on my nose, and then like wearing glasses is somewhat impossible. And I think just some, like, padding and a different strap would go a long way to make it be something I can, like, perform in. Because, I mean, like, I'd honestly really like to do, like, freaking YouTube videos as the skeleton or something like that. Like, that'd be really fun, I think.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to... gotten a lot done on this lovely mantis spider lady. But I think I'm going to put her to bed for now, because another thing I wanted to talk about is going through some of my old art with you. And I don't know, just talk about it.
Okay. I'm down for that.
And audience will have to bear with me, as always, because I don't know where any of this shit is saved. I just know I have it somewhere. Shiny Zubat says, "Sleep well, sweet spider mantis lady." I am, in fact, going to save this before I forget to save it. And I'm going to save it where it's supposed to go. That's a trip. That's a... I don't know if you know that, Jer, but it's really good when you do art to save it in the folder it's supposed to be in.
Organization is nice. So is saving, archival, as it were.
Actually, I really like all these drawings. Okay. I'm going to de-skeleton so that I can properly dig through my folders. So, one thing I know we disagree on, but we've talked about before, or not really disagree, but our approach is very different in how we handle covers.
Yeah.
So
we definitely have different processes on this. Mine is that, like, covers are stressful because they need to capture a lot. They need to, like, get the idea of what the story's about. They need to be like they're packaging, really. And so, like, they need to be appealing. They got to make it be like something that people want to say, "Ooh, I want to read that," and I have a general sense of what it might be about. And it needs to be honest, because I think, like, as a comic reader, when, like, the cover is a lie, I am I've got, like, I'll usually still read the comic, but I've got like a gap to refill to be like, okay, well, it wasn't what I was expecting, but let me get back there. And so it's like, I'm like thinking about all of these things when I'm coming up with a cover for a comic book, because I want it to be really good. God, I don't remember how long I spent on the Indies cover, but I feel like I nailed it. I think that It looks super good. It's an image I use everywhere all the time. I have a T-shirt of that one.
Yeah, that's a really solid cover.
But yeah, covers are just very stressful for me. But you have a different take.
Yeah. Shiny Zubats recommended I put you on Cam while I pull up my files.
That seems reasonable. I am working on some character creation. There's a character who exists that I've written, but I haven't drawn before, so I'm trying to decide what he looks like. So I've got some Pinterest up over here and just drawing some face shapes and hairstyles that I think are cool. I'm gonna amalgamize them into a new character named Frederick, who is my existing character Ash's husband.
Huh.
So two beautiful boy pirates in love is what I'm trying to build here, and so just trying to get some eye shape, hair and face shapes in here, and come up with what Frederick is going to look like.
So my plan, I'm going to start by talking about my covers. So I, unlike Jer, love drawing covers, and like how I handle covers officially now is actually a like it's a direct response to me like not being able to hold myself back from making covers. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to me for a bit here with the chapter 1 cover. So well, that's just a close-up of my face. Hi, everyone. Maybe I should do this when I put on the skeleton mask. There we go. So this is the cover for Chapter 1, and it is the only cover that I only have the one version of. And there's some stuff, like... So, when I make a cover, yes, I do keep that, like, sales aspect of it, but what I'm really trying to do is show off. If that makes sense.
No, it does. And it's funny because like I've been bouncing around Twitch a little bit more to try and see other people and how they stream and who they are and get to know folks. I've met a couple of folks who are like illustrators but aspiring comic book artists, and it's fascinating because I'm more of a comic book artist than an illustrator, I would say, because I'm all about the sequence. I'm about like I have a story to tell, so it's get the story down. So I don't really I'm probably a little bit scribblier than say an illustration focused artist. I think like a lot of the illustration focused artists that I've met, like the idea of doing a comic is daunting because they want to put their illustrative detail into everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot. It's actually kind of hard to let go and crank something out and do a bunch of pages of a comic. And it's fascinating to like meet these people who are like, I would say it's like a different medium.
Mm-hmm.
And like the tricks and that you build and the techniques and the process are for making a nice single piece versus telling a story over several pictures. Mm-hmm. And that they're like complementary skills but still distinct.
Definitely. Are you still... You got real quiet.
I'm here.
Okay, just making sure.
I just occasionally remember to stop talking entirely so other people have room to speak. Because I talk too much and loudly.
So, like, when I made this one, my goal was to make the newest, best thing I'd ever drawn. Because, like, what you were saying with, like, illustration versus comics is, like, I've had a good idea of, like, separating those things. I use covers to show off and like put all of my illustration power into, whereas with the comic, I am trying to get the story told. And I think that's definitely, well, again, one of those direct lessons I learned from you is how to draw quickly, and it let me actually get these things done. So with this one, I wanted to make a new best thing I'd ever drawn, and can I find the previous best thing I'd ever drawn in my opinion? Which is a very old drawing. Old art. I found it. look at this, guys. This is my Star Wars OCs that I drew easily.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's real good.
Three to 5 years before I even started OTO. I really liked this drawing. And now that I am, a proper artist, I can notice certain things like how just absolute, his arms, if you look at that length, where do his arms go? Down to his, fucking shins, and, they just go off, his arms just go off into the distance. And what is with this fabric texture? It's not really there, and, I have lots of notes, but, I really liked this. This was, kind of the most complex pose I'd done, with two people interacting. I don't think I used reference for this, because that's who I was. This is all with a mouse, by the way.
I feel the need to go grab some of my old sketchbooks.
Oh, I would love to
share
see
some treasures. Give me just a moment. I think that would be a fun thing to do right now.
Sounds good. I will interact with chat in the meantime. You've grown so much, though. That's really cool. With a mouse? Yes! With a fucking mouse! And I have since met many artists who are, masters with the keyboard mouse drawing thing. I don't know how I did this. Since using a tablet, I can't go back. I never will go back. You can't make me. But, with this as sort of my benchmark of what I was capable of illustration-wise, I think I did a good job. Now, the poses aren't as dramatic, and they're not interacting, and that's actually one of my biggest... that's one of my biggest complaints about this piece, but I'm actually pretty proud. The anatomy is fine. I'll be honest, if you rotate it around and, think about Cersei's anatomy, it's a bit wrong, mainly because, you can see her chest here just, goes for that, so, her chest doesn't really work, but, honestly, the hips are fine, the sort of shadow works, arm length does not descend off into the sunset like that other drawing. I'm much more comfortable with Cass's, anatomy here, specifically the folds in the shirt I thought came along really well. The tie is cool, and I learned some stuff with the texture for the background that I still use today.
Kyle, I've got some treasures.
Oh, I'm gonna switch up to the tier cam for a bit.
Oh man. Oh man, here we go. Okay, so yeah, that's some good monsters right there. That's a dude and a monster. That looks good.
I love it though. Well, okay, so I'm seeing the same kind of problems I have with my old art in yours, in that your anatomy's gotten way better.
A little bit. This is just a scotch. Oh, check out the action anime lines on this guy.
Oh, that's some good shit.
Oh, treasures. Oh, it's so good. Oh, old art is the best.
Oh man, that makes me want to. Let's see. A while ago, I found.
Hey.
Hmm?
Hey.
What?
This is a character that's actually I'm actually using.
Holy shit! Is that Kier?
That's Kier Felix.
Fuck.
He has evolved slightly. I don't know what. What am I doing? What is this? What even is going on here? I don't like it. Oh, that's not great.
I'm pulling up some old OTL pages. Hey.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not showing everything because a lot of this is like my college notebook too. So half of it is just notes from class and whatnot.
Yeah.
Kyle, I think I've always been tired.
That I would be surprised.
I'm seeing stuff I wrote in here in college, and I'm like, man, I must have been tired all the time.
I have definitely realized that I have always been inclined to the melancholy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've got some. So, honestly, like, if you ever want to get good at art, guys, make
I
a
wanna get
fucking
good.
comic, because you will just be forced to get way better real fast. I'm pulling up some gems that are old OTL sketches. Oh man, am I missing the?
Yeah, I think I'm good from that book, but I do have something else to show while we're on it.
Oh, please do. I've still got you pulled up.
So this is a whole bunch of photocopied. These are photocopied out of other sketchbooks for archival purposes. This was the first Elves of Ix script, and I don't even know if it's just this is where I'm like in college. I was like, I've got this story in my head, and I'm just scribbling it out, and it looks like crap, and it's garbage, and don't worry about it, and this is where Cure Felix is from. Actually, like there's about a dozen characters that like exist in my canonical brain that I could pull from and be like, oh yeah, this guy. I didn't do anything with this guy because I haven't done anything yet. So, but it's just the faces of who's talking and then the script underneath of it. And there's like about 300 pages of this right here. And I threw it all away, and that's not even the story I'm writing right now.
I'm about to. Unfortunately, I can't. I wanted to do a sort of before and after shot of specifically one lesson I learned between, like, I want to say 3 or 4 pages of This Light. I guess those of you who have the chapter 1 book on hand, just get it out and compare. Because, okay, switching back to me.
It's, what you're about to describe is one of my favorite things about indie comics is, like, getting an early one and just watching a person get good. And, like, I absolutely adore the, like, just get it down sort of artwork on page 1 versus the I know what I'm doing now artwork on page 300.
So, I remember the Sakaga meeting. I drew this thing I have up on screen on. This is 3 pages before the same Sakaga meeting, when I'm like, man, I'm trying to draw someone running at the camera, but nothing looks right. And then I can't remember if it was you or someone else at Sakaga who taught me about foreshortening. And if you can find this page in chapter 1, like, again, 3 to 5 pages earlier, there's this panel of Cass running forward, and it's garbage. And this one is way better. But it's still rough, and I've still gotten way better since then. And I like that I can see that lesson so clearly in my own work. I also, while looking around, I found this, which... Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Where is it? Here we go.
Push the right button.
Yeah, here we go. I guess if we were going to talk about what the before I drew chapter 1 cover looked like, it'd probably be this, because this is an illustration I did for Of This Light before I actually started drawing.
Holy shit, that
pages.
looks so much like some of the stuff in that book, in that sketchbook I've got right there.
I know! And just like... it's just wild seeing how far I've grown, and how far just, like, getting pen to paper and drawing pages, like... changed what I was doing.
Yep. It's been my advice forever, which is just do thing, obviously. But like do the garbage. You got to get the garbage out. You got to burn through it and do thing. You're not going to get through those first few like lessons if you don't just like start it.
So I just like want to show a before and after here of like, this is Cass when I first started.
Yep.
This is a Cass. I didn't particularly work hard on this Cass. This is a Cass I sort of like shout out on a stream when I didn't know what to draw. This is what 5 years of drawing comics will do.
He looks so tired. Oh, I love him. Oh, he looks the tiredest. I loved reading. I think I honestly don't remember if it was chapter 2 or chapter 3 when we get to the points where Cersei met Cass.
That'd be 3.
And looking at young, happy Cass, who's so optimistic and knows how he just happens to know how the world works, and he's just like, nah, it's cool, it works like this, check it out. And then you see now Cass, and you're like, oh my god, he's exhausted. He's so tired.
And like, you were someone who, like, when I was starting out, I was really worried about Cass being kind of a self-insert, because I draw a lot for my personal life when I write. And one thing you actually said to me that, like, really helped me get over that, and also helped me, like, clue in on how I wanted to present Cass, was you're just like, nah, he's just way too old to be you. And I'm like...
He did look older than you, but looking back now, like, now that I've met the character a little bit more than then, like, he could be your age, just tired.
Just incredibly tired.
More tired, like withered and withered by the tiredness of the darkness world.
I'm pretty sure it's if it hasn't been firmly established, I think everyone's pretty much knows that time isn't so much a measure of minutes and hours and of this life as much as it is like distance. And
yeah.
Boy, has Cass walked a lot. But you helped me clue in, like, because I'm like, when you look at these, like, early Cass drawings like this, like, okay, facial hair, sure, fringe hair, okay, wears a suit. But he's still not that interesting of a character. But that sort of helped me hone in on, like, when you look at Cass's face, what do you think of? You think of these lines, you think of the sunken-in cheeks, he looks tired, he looks old. His hair's in his face, not so much out of style, but out of just, like, can't bother to get it cut. Like,
do haircuts exist in Of This Light? And
that's
is
a good
it like
question.
clothing where it's kind of like a self-representation effect?
So, good question. I'm not gonna answer it.
Get a mull on that one a little bit.
I will say, like, I got this idea recently that I kind of want to... it's mulling in my head. There is an artist I follow on Instagram named Kim Hu. I don't know if she makes a comic, but all of her posts are surrounded this team of OCs that if she doesn't make a comic, she should. They're these lovely, like, skeleton and, like, monster people. Like the main characters is, like, one guy's just a guy with a skull head, which of course, checks a lot of boxes for me. And then he has this girlfriend who's, like, a cute but, like, rough and tumble girl who has a, like, giant mouth in her stomach. And presumably they go on wacky adventures. And one thing she does is, like, every once in a while she'll post, like, a little comic of her characters talking about how the world works in a sort of, like, fourth wall breaking setup. And I kind of want to do that with OTL about questions like that. Like, how does food...
All right, I genuinely assumed that, no, don't worry about it.
Yeah. And, like...
This is an otherworldly sort of scenario, and I figured food isn't really a problem. Don't worry about it.
And that is how I have kind of approached it for now, but with where the story's going now, I kind of want the characters to start understanding the world better, and thus I want the audience to understand it better too.
I get it. That sounds cool.
So Cass is in a different location now than he was, and he is in a location where he will have access to downtime.
Rest for tired boy.
Rest for tired boy.
And sad boy.
In Of This Light that we've seen so far, I've very firmly had in my head that, like, the characters might know something's wrong about how this world works, but they don't have time to think about it because there's more important things distracting them. And I think about, like, okay, Cass now is in a position where he doesn't need to fight for his life every day. He'd start thinking about some shit, and not just about his own personal, like, trauma shit. His mind would wander too, like, wait, isn't it kind of weird that I'm hungry now, but I never really was before? Like, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. And here's what's cool about that is we've already oh, good night, Orson.
Yeah, have a good night, Orson. Thank you for stopping by.
We've already established that that Cass is a thinker and a problem solver, and that he's got a history of, hey, this world's weird, but I figured out some of it.
Yeah.
And so, like, and that was when he was fresh and had energy, and then he became tired, right? And now he's gonna rest, and he's gonna do that again. So it makes complete narrative sense.
I'm just gonna pop on a light real quick. It has gotten quite dark in my room, and I can't see
You've been
anymore.
streaming for a bit today.
I have.
You've been putting some hours in.
I have done a lot of work today. All right. All right. So next thing I want to go over real quick is the Chapter 2 cover. Because this is when I officially, like, I drew the Chapter 2 cover when I started making Chapter 2, because I wanted, like, a promotional art piece. K Penguin's asking, did the OTL characters always live in the void? And Fable says, what a familiar and relatable concept that I definitely have no experience with.
I'd like to really quick say that I love that Fable's name right now is Fable Ra.
Rah, Fable Rah. Admiral said, I just briefly dozed off and had weird dreams featuring Kyle narrator voices with Attack on Titan hostage situations in my house. That is odd. Welcome back, Admiral. The have they always lived there is a question I don't... They think they have always lived there. That's something I definitely will say for sure. Whether they have or not, they don't know themselves. They don't remember anything else.
They don't have time to think about it. I was born here. Obviously.
But looking at the Chapter 2 and cover, I first drew it before I started making the chapter because I wanted promotional art, but then by the time I finished Chapter 2, my, like, style had just completely changed, and it just no longer represented what I was capable of. So I sort of, like, at first I was kind of worried. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it. This is kind of stressful, but then I had a lot of fun doing it. So I'm gonna show you the before and after of the Chapter 2 cover.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Here's the before. Here's the after. Let's look at them side by side. Preview to the Chapter 3.
He's so torn up.
Yep.
Oh, he's so exploded.
Did you know Gabriel's missing an arm? Because I forget from time to time.
It's hey, I'm missing a finger.
You are.
That's why I focus on my hands rather than my face, because they're more iconic.
Interesting. Your face is interesting.
Your face is interesting.
Thank you. That got weird. Anyways. Also, thank you again for the posting the links, App and Doodle. That's true. It is not too late to enter the art raffle. If you get
There's an art raffle?
There is an art raffle. I guess I haven't ever told you that.
Yeah, you might want to refresh that one. I haven't heard this whole my whole portion of the stream.
That is legit. I don't think I even talked about it with Fable on there. Anyways, okay, so I've been doing commissions recently, and basically a fun thing I thought I would do is if you are subscribed to me on Twitch, or if you buy one of the books on the store that it's now up on, or one of the new merch options that went up, you can get entered into a raffle to essentially get a free commission of either the like punchline portrait style or the like chibi style I've been doing. Pretty much all those options are way cheaper than actually commissioning me, so salesman. But mainly I'm just like looking forward to drawing things, and I think it's just a fun little thing to do on the side. And we have gotten some new subscribers from that. And thank you for the bits, Shiny Zubats.
Bits work. I need to learn how bits work.
It's when bits first came up. That's also what we were saying. But yeah, so the anatomy is better in the new drawing of chapter 2. The angel just looks so much cooler in my opinion. I do better line work. I do better stuff with colors. The background is cooler. And it's pretty much the same composition. I just think I made it better.
Yeah.
I'm pretty solid with that. But then we get to chapter 3, and certainly at the time, this I felt was the best thing I could do, especially because like there's a lot of background going on here, and I did not have a lot of background experience at the time. But I put a lot of work into this. I like the bookshelf, particularly the tea set, and I had this photograph and like the tea. Yeah, I was really proud of all that. Cersei's
I love
foot's,
the lighting.
Thank you. Cersei's foot's really fucked up here, but don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it.
And yeah, I was really proud of the lighting, specifically like how the light comes in and like you see the shadows, like all that. I really like, and doing that taught me a lot of lessons I brought forward into chapter 3. Chapter 3 is so ambient in a lot of panels, and I'm really proud of that. Abnerdoodle is Abnerdoodle says something I want to see in the merch store sometime next year. OTL themed Valentine's Day cards. That's been recommended a couple of times.
Nice.
I do think I'll try and get that in for next year. And let's see. But yeah, so I was proud of how this came together, but when it came to the cover, when I was ready to publish, I didn't focus on the background as much anymore. I really focused in on designing the character. And just look at this difference. I am super proud of this.
It really is shiny. It's very shiny. I like it a lot.
And I feel like I learned to focus on what was important about the background for the composition. Like,
yep,
and
yep. Exactly that.
Yeah, and it really does have to do with that lighting too. The light from the window is what was important, and also I did need to modify the curtains a little bit because of reasons, but yeah, no, this is certainly like one of the best things I think I have drawn, and I guess now I can. I've got my chapter 4 cover. Covers. In this drawing of Road, which you can also get on a t-shirt. And yeah.
Your Abnerdoodle is getting sleepy.
Oh no. Well, we're almost wrapping up here.
We're getting there.
I don't think I'll go all the way to 9. I'll start wrapping up after 8 o'clock and do my thank yous and whatnot. I am going to been thinking about that. I'll do one final check and see if it actually lets me update on stream. I kind of want to technically run it for the night because I know a couple of people could not make it and still might want to participate in the raffle. So I think I'm going to maybe announce the winner of the raffle either to probably on the next stream. Maybe the next Saturday stream is when I'll announce it, or I might just do it on social media. I'll do it on social media and then I'll announce it on stream. That makes sense. I just did that whole thought process right now.
Live brainstorming.
Especially because a lot of the people that entered the raffle also had to go to bed earlier because East Coast time. But yeah, so
time zones are almost as dumb as daylight savings time.
You know something
not
I
true.
find...
That's not true. Time zones actually are fine.
So, here's something interesting, Jer.
Mm-hmm.
All of my friends in the Pacific Northwest hate daylight savings time.
True. It's garbage. It's terrible.
Most of my friends in the Midwest like it. I personally like it.
Why? Why could you possibly?
Because it is nicer to actually have more light in the day.
What if we just had it for like the more light time and that was it? And didn't go back to the less light time?
Well, it shifts. So, like, the idea is, like, during your awake time, you get the most out of it. So if you only have it set to 1, you eventually you'll be sleeping during daylight hours. Okay, Adnerdoodle apparently hates it, and she's from the Midwest. Don't get me wrong, it's uncomfortable when you like lose an hour of sleep, or even when you gain one back, it can kind of throw off your jam. But I don't think it matters as much in the Pacific Northwest because we have such little sunlight anyways. Moving 1 hour one way or another doesn't actually like But when you have like longer hour days, like just like this, imagine the sun waking you up at like 5 a.m. Whereas instead you could have it come up at 6 when you're actually getting up for stuff. It made a difference for me, and I still just kind of like it as a general concept. But that's just me. That's my hot take.
Bold.
But that has nothing to do with the fact that I'm very happy that this illustration is where I am starting my like chapter 4 journey.
You're still going up, but you're like starting at a high point.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see where I can go from here. Because this piece like challenged my ability to handle anatomy and perspective and lighting and like skin color even, foreshortening. That same lesson I was working on in chapter 1 when I made this gem. Like, this is where I've come to from that, and I'm really proud of that.
By doing it over and over again, you improved incrementally over time. Like some sort of practice?
That doesn't sound right at all.
You're right. That's preposterous. I don't know what I was even coming out of my mouth right there.
It is ridiculous. Before we wrap up here, I am going to pull up just some other old Star Wars OC art, because when I think about old art, that's what I got. So this is me trying to... Oh god, look at that resolution. What is that? Is that like 42 resolution? 42 DPI?
Kyle, that illustration right there, that makes me think that maybe you watch anime.
I did, and do...
I think you might partake in some Japanese animation cartoons.
I do. Oh, look, speaking of which, here is a drawing I did that was a panel ripped straight out of D. Gray Man. Look at how far apart his eyes are.
Oh, no.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts me.
That is... You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't even worry about it.
Make it better.
Actually, I'm going to see if I can find something really quick for you. You'll like this.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta find it, though. Let's see.
Saberfly says you only get pain. Wow, Saberfly's here as Saberfly and not good friend State Farm.
Hey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I should focus you. I'm focusing
I'm
you.
just drawing some cool dudes.
Ah. Let's see. Oh, this one?
I'm gonna ping this to you. I'm gonna ping it to your Discord. This is a page I've recently found out about, a page of the White Wolf Vampire the Masquerade source book.
Oh boy. So this was again a drawing of my OC. The background, I'm pretty sure this is just a photograph. I don't think I actually painted that background.
Take a look and see if you spot the inspiration, which is also plainly like laid out right next to it. AB.
Where did you ping it?
Oh, in our Discord.
Oh, Art Discord. Gotcha. Oh boy. Oh, sweetie. Oh, darling.
So what Kyle is looking at right now is a page of a it's a character reference from the Vampire the Masquerade RPG source book, officially published by White Wolf Comics. It's this trench coated fellow holding a shotgun over his shoulder with white hair over his face and just like his foot up on a skull and like a spear right next to it, and it's long flowing trench coat. He looks like this, super cool badass sort of a hunter of maybe, I don't know, demons or some shit, right? Whatever. And it's Dante from Devil May Cry. And like there's a source art of Dante holding a sword the way that he's holding the shotgun. And it's like they didn't even bother. They didn't even try. They just stole. It was just theft.
Look, it's Dante.
Oh, darling. And it's like, okay, because there's two ways that this could have happened. One is this person's a video game person and thought, oh, I think Dante's cool. I'll just trace him for my RPG that is actually published by a real publishing company.
Mm-hmm.
And then what are bits? Asks Saberfly.
No one knows except Abner Doodle. Abner Doodle knows a lot.
No one knows. No one knows. They are a mystery to all who live.
Except Abner Doodle. Abner Doodle knows. But it's a cursed secret.
The one sage. Abner Doodle, our Twitch sage.
I do indeed like bits, shiny Zubats. I don't know what they are, but I like it when people give them to me.
It seems like a nice thing.
Yeah.
But pennies aren't money.
Okay, that should have you back. Okay, so we are almost at wrap-up time. But there's one other...
I think for my character Frederick, I like this guy's face shape and this guy's hair. Sort of the sideways dreads going here, but sort of like a slim chin, like that's the set right there. So I'm gonna work on that next, and because Frederick is going to show up like I think on page 2.
Give me 1 second. For some reason,
that's all right. I was just wrapping up.
I was going to.
And tonight's about you.
Thank you. I was gonna pop you up, but my focus on Jer button stopped working. Whatever. Jer makes good art. Read Jer comic.
Thank you. I'm gonna post my link in your chat. That's me. That's where you find my stuff. It's at that place.
You should. What happened?
Hey Kyle, how you feeling about chapter 3 of This Light?
I am feeling pretty dang awesome, and I'm really, really happy that it got made, and I'm really thankful to everyone who, helped make it happen, whether it was monetarily or just through support or logistically even. It's been a real good time.
It's a tag team effort, Abner Doodle. So now that you finished chapter 3, what you gonna do next?
Well, chapter 4 is a thing that will happen, but I'm continuing a break for OTL. I probably won't be putting like pen to paper on that till September at the earliest, I'd say. For now, I'm working on growing my stream presence and like trying to get some writing projects done. I also I've got a podcast I'm working on, and that's hopefully going live in July. I say hopefully, it's pretty set in stone now.
Yeah, let me know if I can help with that.
Absolutely. The answer is probably yes. And, you know, I'm just really excited to share all the content that I am making with all of you. You all have been so lovely and supportive, and I'm trying to find a good image to rest on. It might as well be the actual Chapter 3 cover, right? Yep.
That looks so good. Looks so good. You're a good artist.
Oh, thank you.
I enjoy that you make things. They are good things.
Thank you for stopping by, Saberfly. I know I know it is an effort for you, and I do really appreciate you coming by. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm sort of just running the art hustle and trying to get the projects out there, and of course, I'm gonna try and do a bit of promoting, I guess, for Chapter 3 and OTL so far.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
I think I am ready to transition to audience.
Okie doke.
So why don't I do that, and you just finish your show up.
Thank you so much, Jer. Have a great night.
See y'all.
Everyone say bye to Jer. Saberfly saying, I like how you do lighting. Hashtag obligatory friend praise. Hey, you're gonna like how I do lighting a whole lot more. I am, I don't know, well, I'm doing a commission for Saberfly as of, you know, yesterday that I'm really looking forward to. It's still in the early stages, but it's gonna be a big piece, so I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, this is where we are. It's been quite the journey. Thank you everyone who subscribed and bought merch and bought the book. I am very happy. I'm very happy y'all joined me here today. And I don't even really know what to say. Thank you everyone. Also, thank you to all of the guests. To Jer and Fable and Alan. I'm actually gonna give me just a second here. I'm going to. I should have probably done this while they were on, but I didn't think that far ahead. We're gonna put their little the avatars I made for all of them on screen here, just for funsies. This file's still named wrong. Oh well. And Ajur. And yeah, these are little other punchline portraits I've made for people I collaborate with. You know, one of the Art Raffle things. Layer merge. Yeah. I'm gonna just move them all over to the Chapter 3 cover for funsies. And let's see. Remember where things go. Oh, there's everyone. Everyone on the little icons. So yeah, I am going to keep the raffle going for the night. So if you haven't yet, you can again subscribe to the Twitch, buy a book on the Creative Workshop, or buy some merch. And again, email me the proof of purchase so I can see, because it's very hard for me to tell who has bought what. And you can get a free commission, and I'd love to draw up more people's D&D characters and stuff like that. And yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. I didn't really know what all I had planned for the end of the night here, but I'm kind of out of steam. It's been a long stream for me. Been a long day. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Shiny Zubats. It's been such a good time. I love you all. And have a great night.